Good evening, everyone. I call to order this September 10th, 2025 regular meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission. Mr. Tavera, would you call the roll, please?
Chair Aiken.
Here.
Vice Chair Chang.
Here.
Commissioner Heckman. Commissioner James.
Here.
Commissioner G.
Here.
Commissioner Peterson.
Here.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments for items that are not on the agenda?
To the chair, I've received no requests to speak online and no public comment cards at this moment.
And no one on Zoom?
Correct.
Very good. Assistant Director Armour, do we have any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
We do not.
All right, then it is time for city official reports. So, Ms. Armour, would you lead off?
Yes, thank you and good evening. We will quickly run through the director's report. Next slide. Your upcoming meetings are going to be on September 24th and October 8th. On September 24th, we will be returning to you with a revised version of the project at 4075 El Camino Way, based on direction from council. And we will be returning to you with the Crescent Park traffic calming project that was previously continued. On October 8th, we will be returning to you with a revised application for 660 University Avenue in response to previous comments, and a new zoning code amendment request. This has to do with the shrink wrap rule that I think some of you may have heard about, but you will hear more about it at that meeting. And next slide. A few upcoming meetings of City Council with relevant items. Some of these have been mentioned in the director's report before because there have been some shifting items moved to later meetings. So at this time, on September 15th, we expect to have the 400 Mitchell Lane CUP listed on the consent calendar for council consideration, and the PHC pre-screening for proposal at 414 California Avenue. And then on September 29th, we have the work plans for PTC, ARB, and HRB, as well as on that same consent calendar, the rental registry year one report, and the 70 Encina tentative map. So none of those will be discussion items, just interesting information for your review if interested. And that concludes the director's report. We also have our transportation director here, transportation official, right?
So,
Chief
yes.
Transportation
CTO,
official. I'm gonna.
May I just say CTO? CTO.
So we have a number of updates. South Palo Alto Bicycle and Pedestrian Connectivity Project. We had a community meeting for that last night, the 9th of September, and got a lot of feedback. At the moment, there's 8 alternatives, which we're hoping to narrow down to 1 or 2. Crescent Park traffic calming will come back to PTC on the 24th of September. The grade separation projects for Churchill, Charleston, and Meadow. We have community meetings for that community meetings on the 30th of September. One is at 4 p.m. and then one is at 6 p.m. And then the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update will come to PTC on November 12th and go to council on the 1st of December. And Quarry Road extension, there's an MOU with Stanford that's going to be going to council at the end of the month on the 29th of September.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for either Ms. Armour or Ms. Lowe? It appears that we do not. Thank you very much. All right, I believe we are ready for item number 2, the Urban Land Institute Initiative for the Transit Center. And do we have a presentation?
Good evening, Chair Aiken and members of the Planning and Transportation Commission. My name is Chantel Cotton Gaines. I'm the Deputy City Manager here with the City of Palo Alto. Thank you for having me today. The project that I'm very briefly going over with your commission today is related to the Palo Alto Transit Center. So a little bit of background there. The City Council is working with the Valley Transportation Authority as well as Stanford for thinking about the transit center, the future of it, how we can reactivate the space, both short-term and long-term. There's an ad hoc that meets about once a quarter. They had their most recent meeting a few weeks ago. And that group has decided that we'll be working with the Urban Land Institute to help us in thinking about some of the longer-term how we activate that space, what the space looks like long-term. So it's an exciting effort. We're able to work with the Urban Land Institute, who has done similar projects nationally. They bring professionals from all over the country to Palo Alto. We provide them with a lot of local information, probably more than one of us could read in one sitting. So I hope that they will spend a lot of time going through that. But they will be here for an entire week with us in Palo Alto. So they're coming on October 19th. And throughout the course of that week, on Monday, it's sort of just taking a tour of our transit center, getting able to see it themselves. On that Tuesday, there will be a lot of stakeholder interviews that they're doing throughout the day, and they're group interviews, sort of more think like a focus group workshop. And that will be with up to about 100 stakeholders in Palo Alto. So we are looking at members of the Planning Transportation Commission. Obviously, you have a subject matter that really overlaps with this area in the city. We're also having representatives from a few other city boards and commissions as well, and members of the city council, some city staff, Stanford advocates, a lot of other people that we're recommending to ULI to reach out to participate in the focus group. So on that Tuesday, October 21st, they will be doing a series of those focus groups. And as you choose your representative, I'll be able to provide more information as we get closer to the date in terms of times, et cetera. And then they go back, the Urban Land Institute folks go back on that Wednesday and Thursday and are working through all the information they've received through those interviews, as well as the briefing book and their tour. And that Friday, October 24th, I believe, if I'm counting the dates correctly, they'll make a presentation right here in this room of their findings and recommendations for us as a city. So it's a really exciting opportunity, bringing the partners together for this really important area of our community. So my ask of you this evening is two things. One, that you can let me know sort of how you want to choose a representative of the PTC and/or choose this evening. I leave that to you, Chair Aiken, to let us know the process there. And then also I included the questions that ULI will be posing to participants in those focus groups. Is on the second page of the staff report. If you'd like to talk through any of those, I can provide as much as I can. Ms. Lowe as well has been pretty active in this project. And so really just thinking through, are there things you want your representatives to really carry into that space? Obviously, they can speak as an individual or individuals as well, but we really want to make sure if they're saying that this is information from the PTC, that it's actually reflecting your actual commission. So that is it for an overview, and I can take any questions.
Clarifying questions from anyone? One for me, just to make sure that we're on the same page. So my understanding was that we should discuss these questions tonight so that we have the PTC's sense is captured in the public hearing.
That works for me.
Okay.
You don't have to go deep into them, but yes.
Right. Just guidance. All right, then. Do we have any public comments on this item?
To the chair, I received no public comment cards or requests to speak on Zoom.
Thank you. All right, so we have two choices before us. The first is to determine one or two commissioners who will represent us in these interviews. And we have quite a bit of freedom in how to do that. I would be happy simply to ask for volunteers and then appoint people if the commission is comfortable with that. If you are not comfortable with that, then we will need to hold an election. So, comments?
I think that's fine unless there's overwhelming interest in this. And then in which case maybe an election is the easiest way to, or not the easiest, but the most transparent way to do it.
The necessary way, yeah. Commissioner Dr. Peterson.
I'd be happy to volunteer on this just because of the interaction, the integration of the different organizations is pretty interesting.
Commissioner G.
I'd also like to volunteer myself. I have a background in transportation planning, and I think that's one of the reasons why I joined the PTC. And so I think that would be relevant experience based on the discussion here.
Very good. Any other comments? Vice Chair Chang.
I was just gonna, I mean, I did speak to you briefly about this beforehand, but I thought that Chair Aiken could be a very good representative because he's participating in the downtown community advisory group. And I think that interaction is actually really important. He has perspective from that, as well as kind of like foot traffic background and retail background from serving on the retail committee. And I know that we're not talking necessarily about retail here, but I thought that his experience actually would be really valuable.
Commissioner Templeton.
One more thing, sorry. And that Commissioner G could be very helpful because he knows lots of people. And I don't know who else here knows a lot of people who go up to San Francisco or use that train station. I think Forrest, Commissioner Peterson may as well.
Commissioner Templeton.
I think it's really important for us to develop the newer commissioners and make sure they have leadership opportunities. We did miss out when we chose the leadership of this body of inviting them in. So I'm really glad to hear that we have two people who are newer looking for leadership opportunities, and we should support that.
And through the chair, I have gotten clarification that we could accept up to 3 participants if that was desired, but 2 would be plenty, depending on the chair's preference.
Yeah, my inclination is that 2 would be sufficient. I will entertain other suggestions, but that's my inclination. All right, then. I have not heard a strong preference for an election, so in the interests of time, perhaps I can simply appoint 2 representatives.
Sounds great.
And I think Commissioner Peterson and Commissioner G are both excellent choices here. Commissioner Peterson, because of his connections with 2 of the institutions that are involved here, and his experience with transportation issues in general, and Commissioner G because of his superb experience in transportation planning. So my inclination would be to appoint the 2 of them as representatives for the ULI interviews. So, gentlemen, do you accept?
Accept.
All right, so we have our representatives. And now we can talk a bit about the questions that have been asked and provide some guidance to our representatives. So those of you who have questions or comments, please light up your lights. Commissioner G.
Yeah, I just wanted to start off with a question. So going through here, it talks a lot about the Palo Alto Transit Center. I'm curious, are we talking about kind of the land itself as it is today, the potential lands around it? Like, what is kind of the scope for the areas that we're talking about here?
Great question. It is the transit center itself sort of as an entryway both to Stanford and downtown, but not stretching to the downtown uses in terms of the different commercial and retail that's along University. So the map that we are sharing with the panel is dealing more with the strip of the actual station and then going towards the bus transit area behind that, thinking a little bit of the MacArthur Park because that's right there, but not coming into the downtown area, if that helps.
Thank you.
Commissioner Peterson?
So one of the questions I have is I saw the word gateway. And usually when people say gateway, they mean the train station, but Palo Alto is gifted with 3 train stations. We're the only one that has 3. I know everyone thinks San Antonio is Mountain View, but we all know that's South Palo Alto. At least that's how I get to South Palo Alto. And so I want to just put out the thought that if we thought about it as the gates of the gateway, that Palo Alto has 3 gates in that gateway, and that it is an expanded concept of how do we encourage people to use public transportation through Palo Alto? And I did make the commute to San Francisco for 2 years from California Avenue, so I've made that trip quite a few times.
Thank you.
Yeah,
If anyone-
I respond to that. So I think that this analysis is specifically for the downtown mobility hub and transit hub. But we note also that there are 3 gateways in terms of Caltrain.
That's what I assumed when I saw Stanford's name, because I was like, oh, this is the station that goes to Stanford.
Yeah, and if I can just add a small piece, part of it is because it's the second busiest station in the Caltrain corridor, specifically this one downtown, and then that gateway to both Stanford and downtown.
Which one's the busiest one? Diridon or San Francisco?
San Francisco. Yeah, we're still winning.
All right. If there are no other comments from the commissioners, I have a few. So if you do have observations you'd like to make, I'm happy to let you proceed. Commissioner James.
I just had a question about something, discussion I had, but it was before my time here. I think at one point, there was some discussion about Stanford agreeing to build a mid-rise housing complex there of some sort. I don't know the details on it. It was in casual conversation with one of the city council members. And I'm just wondering if that is presumed to be dead, or if that's something that could figure into this.
So I don't know that I have all the history on that particular project, but if the commission did want to share through this effort interest in seeing some sort of housing at this site, I think that's fine for you to offer as an additional piece of information. I don't know what that will equate to at the end of the day, but I do think that if it's an interest of this commission, that it should be shared.
Commissioner James, do you have a follow-up?
I did, and I'm sorry, it was a part of the same somewhat casual conversation, so I'm sorry to be referring to it so much, but is there also consideration long-term for raising the tracks? I believe there is, right? Or a study, I should say, for that would impact.
At this stage, there's no plan for raising the tracks at Palo Alto Avenue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vice Chair
Can-
Chang.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you clarify? You mean that's because there are plans and they don't raise, or because we haven't tackled that section yet?
Because that's not in conceptual planning stage.
Right. So I
Yeah.
think that's really important for us to know, because, yeah, saying that we don't have plans is affirmative, but saying we haven't made any plans one way or the other is slightly different. Thank you.
Vice Chair Chang, then Commissioner Peterson.
So really quickly, one of the questions that's posed is successful models. And the 2 that come to mind, I'm sure you're aware of them, also are Redwood City and Mountain View, just our neighbors. I think that for whatever reason, sort of how the train station is laid out or visible or something, it's different and seems to like funnel people into downtown in a much different way from ours. And both cities have done quite a lot of work around that. So that's just a piece of feedback for you guys to take to them.
All right, seeing no lights, I'll delve into my list. Oh, Commissioner.
So on the I don't know if we're calling it the trench or the berm or what ends up happening. But as soon as I heard the concept that, yeah, there is some discussion about a reprofile, I guess that's the technical term, of the railroad alignment. I did have the honor of being on the team that did the realignment of the other end of this railroad line where it crosses through Reno, Nevada for that 3.5 mile stretch. We put it under the city of Reno. So I am familiar with a lot of the challenges. So as soon as we brought that up, like, it's some old memories, but it does change the way you think about things because we had to deal with challenges that have been made by the city of Reno before they realized they had the bonding to actually reprofile the alignment. And some of that was not very friendly to the final design. So if there is any guidance, like a preliminary plans that just says like, we need this much width, 60 feet, I think is 60 foot by 30 foot is the number that reminds me of that, of what we ended up with there. And I think we needed 64 feet. So that would be helpful. Or if not, we can just, build away.
Well, gentlemen, I have a dozen specifics or so here. So rather than make you write them all down, I will send them to Ms. Armour so that she can distribute them to you or to the commission as a whole. Starting with question number 1, some comments on uses and features. Covered train waiting areas. Perhaps an arcade would be an architecturally appropriate addition to the Art Deco. More physical access points for last mile transportation of various types so that the connections are easier to make. Additional secure bike storage. With regard to events, there is possibly an opportunity for sports and entertainment events at El Camino Park, which could be tied into the transit center. And related to that, and Commissioner Peterson's earlier comments, coordinated events that cover wider areas. And I'm specifically thinking about downtown, things like the art fair. But that could also be extended to campus, the shopping center, and Cal Ave station. So coordinated events for which the transit center is one node. Finally, a negative note, I think it will be important to avoid competing with the downtown businesses. So what we elect to put there that's semi-permanent should be chosen with that in mind. Question number 2, what could be done to make the transit center more accessible? All right, here's the big one. Bike pedestrian access from Everett to Quarry. So this is essentially replicating what was done for the Homer Tunnel. But the passageway through from Everett to Quarry. So that generates access from direct from downtown north and from people coming in from Menlo Park on either Middlefield or El Camino and Alma. The goal there is to seek more capacity, more comfort, and possibly more security than the university underpass. All right. Related to that, friction-free access to the shopping center. So that's a very open-ended suggestion, but one which in casual conversation I've heard come up a few times. All right, I have nothing really to offer on question 3. On question 4, I will revisit the issue that Commissioner James brought up, what mix of uses would be most feasible. So I don't know how feasible it is currently, but that immediate area has long been regarded as a target site for dense housing. Now, the ownership of the land complicates jurisdictional matters there. But it should be brought up, especially since Stanford is involved in this process. And I have nothing to offer on question number 5. So that's it for me. Do you have any further questions of us?
No, I just didn't want to interrupt. There was so much good thinking happening. This is great. I think this is definitely some guidance for your 2 representatives that will be participating. And I think it covers the full scope of the work that your commission does. So just as a representative of our city manager's office here right now, I just want to again, thank you for all the work that you do in general and for helping with this effort.
Thank you. We're encouraged by this, and we certainly hope to get some good results. All right, commissioners, anything further we'd like to add? All right, then. That concludes this item. All right, now we'll move on to item number 3, the San Antonio Road Area Plan, existing conditions, land use, and mobility priorities. This item is listed as an action item, but at the pre-meeting, we decided we could treat it a little bit more like a study session. So we want to be sure to get everyone's thoughts in detail, but we don't really need a vote on a detailed motion. So let's just concentrate on getting the information there. Ms. Armour.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce the project planner for this effort, Robert Kane, and then he will introduce the consultants who are supporting us in this work.
Good evening, Chair Aiken, Vice Chair Chang, Commissioners. My name is Robert Kane. I'm a senior planner on the Long Range Planning Team, and I am the project manager for the San Antonio Road Area Plan. Staff is really excited about this plan and the potential that it might have to help us reimagine land use and mobility in an important corridor in South Palo Alto. And we're really eager to get your thoughts and feedback that will help us as we develop the next phase of this project. And with that, I would like to turn it over to our partners from Ramey Associates, who will be providing a presentation tonight.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present some initial ideas and a summary of the existing conditions report. Robert, will you be advancing the slides? Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. So in terms of a brief agenda, I'll just give an overview of the project, where we are with some of our key findings, and then what are upcoming steps in the process. And after a round of clarifying questions, we can go ahead to discussing some of the key questions. So I'll try and make it short because we've been told that you were given some advanced materials. We're very sure that you've been through all of them, and I'm sure you have lots of questions. So we look forward to the discussion. So jumping straight in, just an overview of what the project is about. So what is an area plan? Just to set everyone's expectations. An area plan is a comprehensive planning and zoning tool for a defined area within a community. So overall, it's at a finer level of detail than a comprehensive plan, but it has to be consistent with an adopted comprehensive plan for a community. It establishes the vision and the guiding principles for the area with very active and hopefully comprehensive community input. And it would provide guidance for future development by establishing land uses, implementation policies, priority projects, as well as development standards. So with that in mind, the San Antonio Road Area Plan will also be delivering some of these key components as part of the plan deliverables. It will provide a land use program, which will be derived from land use and mobility alternatives. It will also provide development standards or recommendations that can be used to inform future zoning updates. It'll include policies for all the various plan components, such as mobility, sustainability, climate resilience, land use, all the good stuff, as well as a recommended list of public improvements and priority projects. The implementation section will also include incentives, recommendations for zoning standard changes and updates, as well as other strategies and incentives that can spur development. Next slide. So I'm not going to read out everything on this slide because it's similar to what you've read in the report already. But the current project is a city-led initiative to create a 20-year vision for this planned area. And again, community input is a very vital part of the project. And as you'll see soon in a slide that I'll show, this is a key component of every phase of the project. We want to get feedback and then proceed to the next phase and again, get our work checked and vetted by the community. Overall goals of the project so far are to create a more livable community. Now, the word livable means different things for everyone, but right now, San Antonio Road is perceived more as a transportation corridor, and we want it to gradually, over time, evolve into being more of a neighborhood. So how can that happen? We'll explore over the next few months, but that is the overarching goal, that this should be a more livable community by improving the mobility and safety aspects within the plan area. All our plan initiatives would be in support of the city's goals regarding sustainability, economic vitality, mobility, and other city goals related to the plan. So a little bit about the project area. Most of you may be familiar with this part of town. The area plan covers an area of approximately 275 acres, and it lies literally on the border between Mountain View and Palo Alto. And the project area covers most of the boundary that is for the Bayshore, Alma, San Antonio Priority Development Area. So the PDA boundary and our current area plan boundary are almost the same, but not exactly the same. The length of San Antonio Road is roughly around 1.8 miles across this plan area. And as you can see from the graphic, it's kind of long and skinny. So San Antonio is very much the focus of this plan area and the planning effort. The lower part of the plan area is adjacent to the San Antonio Caltrain station. And in terms of land uses, currently the plan area has a mix of industrial, service commercial, office, and residential uses. Adjacent neighborhoods on either side in both cities are primarily lower intensity residential. So a little bit about the project timeline. We initiated the project earlier this year in 2025, and across 5 phases, we hope to complete it by early 2028. And across these 5 phases, you can see that each of these phases will result in a comprehensive set of very key deliverables. So in a way, we are kind of completing out each phase with something very cohesive and something very actionable with community input and obviously input from commissioners and the various city boards and council. And you can see the 2 arrows over there. The different colored dots indicate the types of engagement that we are going to be having. There is very robust engagement with the community in the form of workshops, surveys, also various meetings with the advisory groups, and of course with the various boards and commissions and council. The next phase. Our current stage is phase 1, since we just got started, and we're in the process of understanding existing conditions, trying to derive some key findings, and this will help us to try and establish the project goals, the project vision, again, with community input. So there are 9 analysis memos that are currently in the process of getting finalized, and you have been provided the summary report that takes the key findings from each of these memos, these individual memos. And you can see that they cover a wide variety of topics that are all very important to the plan area, including land use, zoning, housing and related topics, transportation and mobility, market and economic analysis, hazards, parks, open space. So we're trying to cover every aspect that will be important towards making this more of a community in the future. Next slide. So in terms of location and context, as we know this, and as we just described, San Antonio Road is a key transportation corridor. It's one of the key connectors, not just for the city of Palo Alto, but for the region as a whole. And it has a number of amenities and other community destinations in its close proximity. And that is what makes this area very viable for change. The current mix of uses within the area is also seeing a slight transformation. Some of these existing industrial and commercial uses are starting to transform to residential and mixed use. There has been a lot of emphasis on behalf of the city to make this area basically set for gradual evolution with more residential uses. And a very large percentage of the housing elements, housing opportunity sites have been located within the plan area as well. So this is like an aerial graphic that just shows the extents of the plan area, all the various amenities which are nearby, and also some of the rather large concentration of housing element sites that are within it. So we carried out a pretty robust set of analyses by topic, and I'm just going to give like a brief overview. We can always come back and discuss these slides in more detail. But in understanding built character and open space within the plan area, the built character right now is a pretty diverse mix of different uses, and across the entire plan area, there is a lot of variety in all aspects of built form, whether it's parcel sizes, building typologies, the form and scale, the way the different buildings address the street and sidewalk. But as you can see in the graphic, which is in the middle, there are certain character areas which are within this overall plan area where there is a little bit more cohesion in terms of compatibility of use, parcel sizes, just the scale and form of development, etc. So in a way, this gives us a sense of what are potential future neighborhoods in a way to think about as we start planning out the entire plan area. And in terms of open space, an interesting finding of the analysis was that while we have a large variety of open spaces within Palo Alto as a whole, and there are a number of parks and open spaces which are within like a 10 to 15 minute walking distance from the plan area, but there is a significant area within the plan area extents that is park deficient. That means a person would have to walk more than 10 minutes to get to even a nearby open space. And this area is also where a large number of the housing element sites are concentrated. So in a way, it kind of opens up or starts giving us some clues as to where the design decisions might kind of steer us. The next slide. In terms of zoning and related development activity, we know the city has been very proactive in thinking about the future of this area. The 2023-2031 housing element identifies 53 opportunity sites in the plan area that are shown in the middle map in a blue outline. Also, there are several zoning districts that have been designated as focus areas by the housing element. So again, housing is an allowed use and an encouraged use within these large portions of the plan area. And then the housing incentive program of the city applies to a significant portion of the plan area as well. So, and all these initiatives have automatically started to show results already. There is a lot of recent development interest in the area, and there are a large number of projects which are at different stages in the approval and assessment pipeline. Not all of them have been approved, but they're in various stages. And there is a potential for at least 750 new housing units should all these development proposals go ahead as proposed. Also, the RENA allocation on behalf of the city for the plan area is about 1,559 housing units, and they're mostly in the low income, moderate income, and above moderate income categories. So in other words, the city is already looking at around at least 1,500, potentially many more housing units that can be realized within the extents of the plan area. In terms of just understanding the situation of the existing housing and job situation within the plan area, currently there are 800 housing units, which is about 3% of the city's total housing stock. Now, a lot of this housing dates from the 1970s. In fact, just a couple of projects have been built since 1990. And predominantly, these housing units are in the form of 2 to 3 story low-rise rental units, and small condo units, and 2-story attached single family or townhouses. And an interesting fact that we found was that 30% of this housing, so almost like 252 units, including 80 senior housing units, are deed-restricted affordable units. So that is like an important consideration as we think about what happens to these units, and as well as to a large number of what we call naturally occurring affordable housing units in the plan area as this area starts to transform. This area also has a significant number of manufacturing jobs. So it has just 4% of the city's jobs, but 40% of all the city's manufacturing jobs. And a lot of it is concentrated in one part of the plan area around the Commercial Street Industrial Avenue neighborhood, or at least that area of the plan area. And again, an elaboration on this is that the situation is starting to change. Like the largest number of job losses over the last 6-7 years has been in the manufacturing sector, and an increase overall has been in the healthcare sector. So even though these are vital jobs, but some of them are starting to transform into other sectors. So the market analysis shows that there is a very strong potential for several kinds of future users. We know that the housing market is very strong for rental and ownership products, not just in the plan area or Palo Alto, but frankly, the whole region. And the most typical kind of development that's likely to happen here is mid-rise multifamily based on recent development proposals and also the city's zoning initiatives. There is the opportunity thereby of trying to advance housing at various income levels. And there is the potential that as the population grows, that there can be more local serving retail and amenities, services, even small scale, like light industrial uses or maker labs, flex spaces. There's a possibility for having many different kinds of supporting users that can support this new growth and these new housing units and the increase in population within this area. We talked to several like real estate brokers, and some of the key areas where they see retail and other similar non-residential uses working best are areas that are highly visible, that are near these anticipated areas of housing growth, and where they're easy to get to. So basically the intersections of San Antonio with some of the major streets, such as Middlefield and East Charleston. We also took a closer look at multimodal connectivity because as we think about the area transforming into more of a mixed-use community, being able to at least perform some of the daily trips by not driving, so in other words, either by walking, biking, or rolling in some form or the other, would become very, very important. And this is one of the aspects of the plan area that we really need to spend a lot of effort on because existing bike facilities are very limited. And the bicycle level of traffic stress, which is measured on a scale of LTS 1 to 4, carried out for the plan area, showed that most of the places where this was evaluated came in at a very high level of biking stress, which is not surprising. And there are significant gaps as well, not just in the biking network, but also in the pedestrian network, such as missing sidewalks, inadequate crossings, unprotected crossings, and other such conditions that make it not very safe and definitely not very enjoyable for someone to walk or bike in the plan area right now. And safety can, or rather the lack of safety in the plan area can be shown by this graphic as you're looking at this map. This shows where there have been some recent collisions. And over the past 10 years, there have been a total of 143 collisions. And we did do a little bit of checking based on one of the questions that was asked, I think by the chair and the vice chair. This area accounts for almost 5% of the fatal and severe injury crashes for the city as a whole. So this is also a place where there have been a couple of fatal results. I mean, people have died because of collisions. So this is definitely a key concern that we need to address when thinking about future development in the plan area. And unsafe speeds, particularly on the stretch of San Antonio between East Charleston and the highway. So basically, as people are going on the on-ramps, accounted for the highest speeds, highest number of violations. And these unsafe speeds have accounted for the vast majority of these collisions that have happened in the plan area. There are several streets within the plan area that have been allocated as part of the key corridors to look at as part of the city's SS4A safety action plan for ameliorating conditions over the high injury network. So basically, all the key streets within the plan area need to have significant safety improvements to make them viable for the kind of community that we envision. We also looked at hazards and climate change because a significant part of the plan area is pretty close to the bay. So overall, this part of the plan area, which is north and east of East Charleston Road, falls into the FEMA flood zone AE. And that means this is a special flood hazard area where there are slightly more stringent conditions for certain kinds of development, for constructing basements and other such development considerations. And this is, of course, under, like, this area will be prone to inundation and excessive seepage from the ground in the event of a sea level rise scenario of 36 inches, which is forecast as a potential scenario within the next 50 to 100 years. There are also portions near the bay and the streams which run through in proximity to the plan area that are at risk of ground liquefaction as the water table rises. The plan area is not located in a fire hazard severity zone, but we know that wildfires are becoming a new reality for like almost all parts of the Bay Area, and even areas that don't have wildfires happening within them will be impacted by wildfire smoke and other related impacts. Noise and air quality issues will need to be mitigated. We do have an airport nearby. We have Highway 101. We also have through traffic on the rail line and on Caltrain. So these are all considerations as part of future development. And in terms of the physical opportunities for development, this graphic tries to show where would be some of the key focus areas for change and potential transformation. We know that the site has a mix of both challenges and opportunities. In terms of challenges, purely from the development aspect, we know that there are limited areas for meaningful placemaking, as we want to put it, the opportunities for creating new open space, new retail space, given that most of the land is privately owned and a lot of it is built upon. So it's not like a very obvious choice in front of us as to where we can provide some of these community amenities. The redevelopment areas where we anticipate development happening are not all contiguous. There are like gaps in between. So how do we encourage more placemaking and kind of knit all these areas together within the overall plan area? And the fact that many of these development projects are already in some stage of design or approval means that they've already set some kind of a precedent for what may happen in the plan area. So these are all considerations that we need to keep in mind as we think about what the design strategies might be. But there are many opportunities as well. The very fact that there are so many development projects in the pipeline means that there is development interest. So it's better than a situation in which no one's interested in doing anything. So that's a big positive. It shows that there's a market interest. The housing market we know is very strong. And there's the opportunity to, again, provide a variety of different uses in support of this anticipated new housing. We also know that there are significant properties under single ownership. And we are also aware that there are a couple of developers or developer entities in the area that are trying to assemble parcels. So that comes with both positives and negatives. But if there are larger development projects, and the opportunity to leverage that development to get more community benefits is also higher. So again, something that we can discuss and think about how to address. And there are ample opportunities for improving just the general connectivity and safety conditions on all of the city streets, especially along San Antonio. So in summary, here are the opportunities and challenges that we have identified so far. This is just a summary of everything that I talked about. Good access to jobs and amenities, good auto access from both El Camino Real and obviously US 101. There is the proximity to Caltrain. Again, right now, connectivity to Caltrain is pretty constrained, but at least we have a station nearby. So that gives us another design opportunity. We have a diverse mix of uses to build upon, which is much easier to kind of think about evolution as an area will transform. The city is definitely trying to push certain kinds of development in this area and address the regional housing crisis through all the recent zoning initiatives. And again, the pipeline projects, they are key to thinking about what can happen in the future. The challenges are also very clear. So we know that pedestrian and bike safety connectivity, specifically along some of the key corridors within this plan area, are absolutely essential to address. Similarly, improving access and making it safe and convenient to access Caltrain can greatly improve transit connectivity and improve other transit service within the area as well. We again have opportunities to provide community serving benefits, and those will need to be resolved. And one thing to keep in mind is that almost all the development is going to happen on privately held land. So, there are market uncertainties. We can't absolutely be 100% sure that everything is going to develop the way we hope it will. Right, next, please. So that was kind of my summary presentation. If there are any clarifying questions, I'll be more than happy to answer that, along with support from my colleagues here. And in looking ahead to next steps, this is a summary of the upcoming meetings. We had the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee meeting yesterday, and we are here today on September 10th at this particular meeting. Next week, we have a similar meeting with the ARB and with the CSTSC on September 25th. We also go to the City Council, presenting all the cumulative things that we've heard from all these various boards and commissions on October 6th. And we have a community workshop that we're very excited about. This is going to be on October 23rd. And we'll also organize a pop-up around that time just to spread more awareness about the plan and other related issues. Do you want to talk about the payback? Yeah, thanks, Rob.
So we presented at Payback last night. This was a discussion item, so there was no motion or consensus that was provided by the committee, but we did hear certain things from a lot of committee members that I wanted to pass along to you all. First, there were a lot of support for improving connections to Caltrain for both cyclists and pedestrians. There was support for improving the plan to explore different ways to improve cycling along the length of San Antonio Road by either rebuilding the road with improved facilities and or creating a parallel route through the neighborhoods adjacent to San Antonio Road, and improving the crossings across San Antonio Road and Alma to reduce crossing times, as well as add additional safer crossings at some of the smaller streets as well, instead of just at the major intersections. There was support for creating local serving retail that is in a short distance or within the plan area or a comfortable walk roll to. And the retail, we heard from them that the retail should be clustered to avoid vacancy issues if it was dispersed retail. And then the last thing that we heard was they wanted the plan to explore ways to mitigate increased traffic from both the new development within the plan area, as well as other nearby projects such as the VTA project to upgrade the 101 interchanges.
So before we jump into the feedback questions, any clarifying questions that we can address? Yeah.
Yep, I need to jump in there. Based on the discussion at our retreat, we'd like our first round of questions, the clarifying questions, to be reasonably quick and to some extent enabling public comment, so that we're focused on that. And then we'll have an opportunity to get into the more detailed clarifying questions during our discussion. So I have Commissioner Peterson and then Commissioner Templeton.
So I heard sea level change and climate change, and that's fascinating. It was 6 years ago. I worked with Joe Smidian's office on a regional model, looking at a regional model of the whole area, and we had extra budget. And we ended up putting in a sea level change component of the model to see what it would look like in the future. And now, we're more in the future. That was 10 years ago. Can you just elaborate on what's the plan? Is it to put levees, in there, to roll back, abandoned land, nature buffer zones, all that? No plan?
Remember, this is
That would be the shortest answer, but not the best one. So we do know that there are kind of regional efforts dealing with how to address like sea level rise, and I think maybe the city could talk about that. But I can, so if you want to take that, Jennifer, and we can talk about more about the implications for the plan area after that.
What I would say in terms of this evening's discussion is that is something that's going to be part of the consideration as we're looking at this plan. There aren't specific plans yet, but it is something that's being talked about, whether Palo Alto needs to proceed or whether it's something that we can do in collaboration with other agencies in the area. But no details to provide you this evening.
Commissioner Templeton.
Just keep in mind, we're just trying to keep this part short for the purposes of informing the discussion that we will have later. So I apologize because I'm giving you a loaded one. I noticed, and it's more of a question because I could have missed it, but I did not hear a lot of talk about including Mountain View as part of this discussion. To what extent are you reaching out to adjacent cities?
Yeah, that's actually, Robert, you may have more of the numbers.
Sure. So we have included some Mountain View residents in Montaloma, which is the neighboring part of Mountain View to the plan, on the community advisory group. And I also meet with the long-range planning manager from the city of Mountain View to discuss this project specifically on a regular basis. I know our Chief Transportation Officer also talks to her counterpart in Mountain View about the mobility portion of the plan. We recognize that it's important that whatever improvements we're proposing are work in concert with our neighboring jurisdictions. Some of these cross streets continue on into Mountain View, and we don't want, we would prefer not to have a jarring effect to people that are walking or biking along those routes.
Excellent.
We might also talk to the county and Caltrain as well.
That'll be great for now, and we'll get into it in more detail, but I just wanted to make sure that that was information that was highlighted for any potential discussion with the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Chang.
So quick question, has the community advisory group seen this yet? This existing conditions report? And did they have feedback, broad feedback?
Sure. So we met with the community advisory group and the technical advisory group before the full document was finished. They were given a presentation on the highlights that's similar to the presentation that you received tonight. And we did have discussion and received general feedback on things like what they like and don't like about the plan area. I don't know if you want to provide some more information.
So presumably this document, in terms of its opportunities and challenges, incorporates what the community advisory group has said.
Yes, there was nothing that came out of that feedback that was not captured already in our opportunities and challenges. There is more detail. In fact, we have a summary of the feedback that I believe is also on the project website. So, I mean, there are like some of these finer details which are included in that, but we had a pretty robust discussion with a longer set of slides. So we kind of went into some of them and discussed in more detail, and we got some pretty good feedback. Yeah.
And in addition to that, when it was published on the website last week, we did send email outreach to the members of the CAG, the TAG, and the community who have signed up to be notified of ongoing issues with this, so that everybody is, and the city council as well, so that they're aware of the new information available and inviting any comments.
So my second question is, how are the school districts, the 2 school districts that are impacted, being incorporated in the process? Like, are they also on the CAG or the TAG, or is there a different method? Because in the Chevron chart, I didn't see them listed.
Sure, I can answer that. We did not include members from the school districts in either the CAG or the TAG. We decided that the best way was to do individual outreach to them to talk about the school-specific issues. So that is part of our plan as we're developing alternatives, is to have one-on-one conversations with all 3 school districts. There's also the Mountain View Los Altos Unified High School District, which also would service potentially students in the plan area if the boundaries remain as they are.
And final questions. So I had asked sort of a proportionality question about the the serious injury and casualties, and I was wondering if you also happen to have proportionality information regarding the pipeline units that, like the 750 odd pipeline units, and how how we're doing on affordability with respect to the pipeline units, if that makes sense. As well as then the second proportionality question has to do with open space. So I know we are short, but do you guys know how short we are with respect to the small parks, not the big open space, but the Palo Alto goal is, I think, 2 acres per 1,000 for the local parks, and we don't have any. So what does that mean in terms of the population for this area? If you don't know, that's okay, but I figured you guys know so much because the report has so much.
Thank you for identifying that as something we should take a look at. I don't think we've got any details on it, but it's something we can look into.
Yeah, we just know there is a deficiency because, as you said, there are no current parks in the plan area at all. And as we work on the land use and mobility alternatives, and we have like a closer sense of what the final population might be, that is when we'll get a clearer picture of exactly what the deficiency is. But this will definitely be looked at as part of not just the CEQA analysis, but even prior to that in the alternative stage.
What about the pipeline projects? That question.
Yeah, that we'll need to do some calculations because not all the projects have, like some of them have it's not a uniform percentage of the units, and again, many of them, not all of them may result in the exact same distribution of units. But one thing to keep in mind is that the RENA number is something that is more of a target for us, which is like at least 1,559, so around 1,600 units at a minimum. And the proportion within this RENA chunk of housing units is all within the low income and moderate income and above moderate income categories. So in a way, like workforce housing and slightly more affordable housing units will definitely be addressed as part of trying to meet this need.
Thank you.
Okay, just a process note. We are going to try to structure our discussion later a little bit more than usual. So we will have opportunities to talk specifically about what additional information we would like to see for the next phase. Commissioner G.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to zoom kind of all the way out and talk a little bit about the project timeline. I guess I'm wondering, could you be a little bit, can you clarify a little bit more at the end of phase 1 what the outcomes look like and how we can help participate specifically? I know that you've provided a list of questions on packet page 12, but I'd love to also know like specifically what that looks like so we can provide you accurate feedback and the public can also give appropriate comment.
Understood. So our phase 1 basically is looking at, like we've already developed an engagement strategy, discussed it with the city, and we are in our existing conditions analysis. And what will happen as a result of that will be that we'll move into phase 2, in which we're going to be looking at land use and mobility, basically design alternatives, plan alternatives. So what we know we've provided you a list of questions, but what we're hoping to understand is what are the various project ideas or alternatives or concerns and issues that you all have that we must consider in the land use phase. And at a more granular level, are there issues and opportunities that you notice that are not included in the materials that we have prepared for you that we should look at? So in a way, it's more about guidance for the next phase, which is getting into the alternatives, because that's where we will really look at a wider range of possibilities. We want the alternatives to address different ideas and concepts so that when we bring you those alternatives for discussion, we're looking at a realm of possibilities, and we can even mix and match to try and come up with the final alternative. So that's like a rough way of saying is that give us your feedback on what we presented right now and help us formulate ideas or come up with a list of concepts that we will be exploring in the land use and mobilities, the alternatives phase, which we're going to start very soon.
So as a follow-up, are you implying that there are also, like, in addition to the existing conditions report, the alternatives, I like are in phase 2, but are you going to collect like a separate set of alternatives that you just collect as feedback for phase 1 to inform what you're going to do in phase 2? Is that an accurate way of describing that?
I don't know, Chris, if you want to chime in.
Yeah, hello,
but-
Chris Sensenig, Associate Principal with Ramey Associates. So, I mean, the feedback we're really looking for, like to maybe describe it slightly different. You know, we're going to go in and we're going to look at a number of alternatives over the next few months and then come back to you with these alternatives and describe their opportunities, their constraints, their positives, their benefits. And so, you know, if there are certain things that you are really looking for this plan to have, if you have, you know, it might be a pet peeve, it might be like something you're very passionate about that you want to make sure that we explore when we work through these alternatives. That's what we want to hear today. And I think you'll see when the questions come up, they try to kind of focus in on that. Is that?
That's it for now.
Okay.
I can ask more specifics in the next round.
All right, as I said, we're going to experiment a little bit, and I'm modifying the modifying the plan dynamically. So we'll see how that works out. Public comment will be next. The intent of this round was to ask clarifying questions to enable and support public comment. So if we are done with our questions in this end, Mr. Tavera, do we have any public commenters?
Through the chair, I have received no public comment cards. And if there's anyone on Zoom that would like to speak, I'll request that you raise your hand. I see none.
Well, that's surprising. I thought we'd have more public participation tonight. At the pre-meeting, we observed that this item was likely to generate a lot of discussion. So we spent some time talking about how to organize that discussion. And the way that fell out is that I'd like to try structuring the discussion for the first round. Then we can follow up with more traditional detailed rounds. But before I do that, I wanted to make sure that there were no more clarifying questions and state a little bit about what we hope to get out of the first round of discussion so you know how to draw the distinction between the two. So the goal for the first round of discussion will be to cover as many of your main topics as possible. So make just a short and high-level comment on each one. Don't necessarily get into detail, but staff needs your initial thoughts and a list of things that you'd like to know more about. So for an example, here's one of the things on my list. I think we have plenty of good ideas for improving bike and ped infrastructure, but I'm worried that we are not dealing with the likely increase in vehicle traffic. I'd like to know more about ways we could improve the vehicle infrastructure as well. So that would be the entirety of that topic for me. And the hope is that as each of us goes through the top items of this sort on our lists, that staff will be able to consolidate replies and use all of our time most efficiently throughout the rest of the meeting. And there will, as usual, be rounds for more detailed questions, and we can drill down into the issues that are important to us in depth. So what I would ask for now is if there are any other clarifying questions that have not already been addressed that don't fall into the category of expressing interest in your main topics, which we will then cover in detail. So, all right, I see agreement generally, so no more clarifying questions. We are ready for the first round. So again, Please cover as many of your topics as possible in a concise way, and make sure staff knows what you'll need to hear later in the more detailed round. So Commissioner Peterson, then Commissioner Templeton.
All right, so we got, is it 45 minutes each to speak? I'm just going to stay on the climate topic because I think this one, I want to take the big picture. And then the climate, is biting us on both sides here too. When we have sea level rise, we also have a wild and urban interface, which is quickly encroaching on the city. And from my best understanding is nobody has even had a chance to study where is the wild and urban interface with Palo Alto and Mountain View, but you just look out the window, it's there somewhere. And so one of the things is that Highway 101, I think, certainly has to be raised. And I know that from my experience on the bond oversight with the water district, we found out that there is no climate change. It's not certain, and that the federal government's current policy is that so we got defunded on the Baylands project, which would have solved some of these problems. And we have to wait until we're more certain about climate change before we can come back and reapply for that funding. So I assume the Federal Highway Administration is probably in a similar situation. So maybe Highway 101 is also waiting for funding for an uncertain future that right now is apparently not the future. So if we change Highway 101 to raise it, I assume that's the easiest one to get above the water, then that changes maybe the ramp there with San Antonio, or maybe not. But maybe it could change the clearance for the overpass. Is there an overpass there? No, there is an overpass. Yeah, so the overpass clearance could start becoming an issue if you start raising things. Now you got to raise the overpass, and then you start raising all the connecting roads. So where I'm going with that is trying to look at the plan just with the immediate stuff that's probably kind of clear that we know is already probably well past due, and is probably just waiting for a short time until all of a sudden we'll realize, yeah, we do need to have funding to change these things. But of course, it's all around the Bay too. It's not just where we are. But I think our section of Highway 101 is more at risk than even like Redwood City's section of Highway 101, which doesn't seem quite right, but that's how I understand it. And then of course the wild and urban interface. We don't normally think of San Antonio Road as being a wildfire hazard area, but I don't actually know if it's not, because if you go up across El Camino, it's pretty wooded in there actually. As Commissioner Templeton mentioned earlier, my home was in Paradise, and in 2018, everybody woke up one day and opened their front door, and there was embers blowing in their door, and that was their first notice that there was a problem. So I always want to be the first one to say, maybe, let's put some thought into where's the wild and urban interface, and at least draw a line. And we know we're well away from it, but we do know that we are certainly getting our ankles wet if we're not getting our hair singed, if that's a good example. Sorry. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Peterson. Commissioner Templeton.
Well, now I'm going to cry. That's really so morbid and interesting food for thought. So I appreciate you bringing it up, but it's tough to face that reality that we're talking about. As far as just sharing the topics, one of my very first discussions on the PTC many years ago was about that intersection there at Charleston and San Antonio. And we wanted to make it safer. I vividly remember this discussion. I had just left Google, where I had worked for 10 years and went through that intersection every day. I started on my bike. It was terrifying. I did not continue with my bike, even though I live less than 3 miles from work. So that's something to think about. At that time, we did have an underpass that was under the highway that was closed half the year. So, you're not going to be able to use that at other times, although we've changed and we have a different overpass, but it's not in the same location. We need to think about that. So that's something I'm thinking about, is safety. for the bikes and the pedestrians. There's a community center there on that corner as well, where the former PAL 1 office building for the headquarters of Sun Microsystems used to live, the little network, the dog house out front. So the thing is, when we had this problem, why I'm sharing it with you is the other side of the street, on the other side of San Antonio, is Mountain View. And we received a lot of pushback from our staff that, well, we can't improve the safety of that intersection because the other part's Mountain View. And so I really want to encourage our awesome staff here to push back and reach out and let's make this intersection, which is really highly used, a major focus for our safety, our traffic flow. We may find, as Vice Chair Chang mentioned, children crossing there, right? Elderly people crossing there. How do we provide the refuges that we need to on a big street like that, on two big streets with people coming at high speeds off the highway? So there's so much to think about. I really want to be proud of that intersection, and we've made some improvements, but I think it could be so much better in terms of flow, and that means reaching out to our neighbors. I think that is also true in terms of our understanding of the Caltrain neighbor, right? That's a neighborhood. It is very close by. It's an area that many pedestrians in that part of Palo Alto near it prefer to go to. I know my kids have used it. Forrest uses it all the time. It's very convenient. And so that we can't think about the artificial boundaries, right, of our cities, because that's just where we meet someone else with the same needs, right? They're our neighbors, they're right there, they're using the same space. And so I hope that we do a little bit more, maybe a little heavier hand with the outreach to Mountain View, especially with what we know is going to be happening, right? There's a tremendous high number of housing units and homes that would be built in that space. And so even the nature of it, as we understand it now, and what we're studying now, and what feedback you're getting now, will necessarily change. So the closer in step we can be with them, the safer and happier everybody's going to be. And yes, we want people to use that train station instead of the highway, right? All of this stuff goes together. So safety, transportation, biking, pedestrians, that's my list of all the same things, but in different perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Chang.
Okay, so I've said some of this in pre-meeting, but I think it bears saying just to share with the whole commission. On the really big picture side, this is the first area plan that I know of in Palo Alto's history that essentially is along most of the length of one of our major arterials. And so because of that, it brings up many of the issues that my fellow commissioners have already mentioned. But as I was reading this area plan, the perspective was very much, we need to provide focus on improving safety and traffic within the area plan area. Actually, it's more safety than traffic. That's a separate point. But the bigger issue is it's not just within the area. It's through in this case, because if we only did within, we're going to cause like a cascading massive problems that will affect other cities, the freeways, like our whole city. And so this is a little bit different from, say, NVCAP or SOFA. It's very different in the sense that we need to think about the interaction with outside of the area plan. The second issue is, I think safety is very well covered in the report. In your final slide, you did insert the word traffic, but it wasn't on the slide. And I will venture to say that this may be I know that you don't have the level of service data, but this may be the worst traffic in Palo Alto. And it has safety implications, no doubt, but But the traffic itself is also a problem because it's almost a standstill for like most of the waking hours. And I just did some quick back of the envelope where you said it was 5% of the fatalities and severe injuries today. So it's a good baseline to have. But there, and then it's only 2.7% of the housing units today. And so if we continue the ratio, it's going to be a disaster, as you well know, which is why you emphasize safety, safety, safety. But the traffic's very much part of that. The next issue is that I thought needed to be examined is the RVs. So I know there's no mobile homes, that's 0 in one of the report pages, but there's a whole lot of RVs, and that's actually even, very recent phenomenon. There's always been some RVs, but it is just really ballooned, and that's a hot spot area right now in our city. But because of the displacement of RVs from El Camino and Redwood City doing more, and it pushing RVs into our area, so we really need to get that in the baseline too. And then the next issue is on schools. So you certainly mentioned schools and their ability to that the districts are under enrolled and that they have the capacity. But that next level of detail, and this is why I had asked, to what extent are you involving PAUSD as well as Mountain View Los Altos district in this? We have had a fairly recent example where 30% of the children in the Palo Verde neighborhood were overflowed to other schools, some as far as Nixon and Addison. And so again, we need to think about mobility through the area and how we're actually going to get there. And this is not as simple as just having the district redraw the lines. It's like a massive cascading problem. One elementary school is 400 to 600 students, or even 200 to 600 students, depending in this district. And if we're talking about 1,500 units of housing, we may have brought a couple of elementary schools, and depending on what type of housing that is. And then finally, the affordability issue. And again, I don't have the data, you don't have the data, you haven't done the calculations, but based on the few projects and PCs that we've seen come through the PTC recently on San Antonio, we're getting nowhere near the number of affordable units. And so there's Palo Alto's always had that challenge. Probably every jurisdiction has had that challenge where we meet if we meet anything, it's the market rate housing. But if we don't want displacement of people here, that's certainly going to have to be a big focus, and the incentives for that. We might have to think really creatively about that, partnering with for-profit corporations, for example. Thanks.
Gentlemen, anyone up next? Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize a little bit because it turns out that in preparing what I wanted to say, I came up with some questions. So I apologize I didn't get included in the last section. One of my questions is about the setbacks. So I know that on packet page 12, I believe, you ask about the use of special setbacks. Can you talk a little bit more about them? If I saw them mentioned, I must have missed it. Can you talk about where the special setbacks are, what the current state of them is?
Yeah, so I can address that. Basically along San Antonio Road, basically from the Toyota dealership north, there's generally a 24-foot special setback. Now we're just diving into the details on like the effects of this. We have a work session tomorrow where we're beginning to dive in more detail, but like just because I'll note just because there's a 24-foot setback does not mean it's really usable. For instance, on the east side of San Antonio Road, there's lots of infrastructure already there and there's pinch points. So we're going to be doing that analysis of really what can you get, where can you get it, and what is going to be the cost to get what we really need. So we're looking in detail on that. And then there's some other kind of modest setbacks of 15 feet on some of the like Fabian and commercial and industrial. And then along East Charleston, there's a 10-foot. But as we're really scoped to look at, this safety, pedestrian, bike, vehicles in a lot of detail. So we'll be getting into what those setbacks mean and what truly can we do with them, if anything.
Yeah, I guess this dovetails into, I guess it's more of a comment. On the PHZ projects that I've seen so far in my short tenure on the PTC, have asked to remove the special setback. And so if we think that we want to use the special setback as part of the transportation and safety initiatives, I think it's incredibly important to make sure that we don't have these pinch points, right? Imagine you want to install a new bike lane, but a new project has decided to remove the special setback. All of a sudden, it becomes a lot more complex to build out what we'd like to see there. I guess I like to particularly call out that you have listed some of the existing projects that are in the pipeline. So I think it'd be really important to closely examine whether or not there are any setback changes to those projects in particular. Next, I also want to emphasize the safety aspect in regards to transportation. San Antonio, as you've identified, is simultaneously a truck route and a safe route to school. I think that's a little bit contradictory in its current state. Maybe I know our lovely folks from transportation are out in the audience here, but I'd just like to note that this is something that's near and dear to my heart. I bike to school every day growing up K through 12 here. Would never have dared to go on San Antonio in its current state. So I think there's a lot of exciting work. I know you've identified a couple different interesting points, like a class 4 bikeway. I think there's a lot of creative solutions to be done here. But I just want to call that out again, and I don't want to spend too much time on it because other commissioners have mentioned that. I also want to bring up, as I am part of the CAG, some of the points that I just want to share with our fellow commissioners as well that I heard there. One is the bumper to bumper traffic. I think that was a pretty common theme amongst the folks that live there. In addition, I want to talk about Commissioner Templeton's point about engaging Mountain View. We had some great residents from Mountain View who had offered a lot of great perspectives. I think it was really interesting. Specifically, one thing that I guess I don't go to this part of Mountain View very often, but a lot of over parking, because a lot of the areas there don't have enough parking, and so the residential overflow in its current state is already a bit of a problem. And so I think that's something to think about as we continue to expand in this area. In addition, when thinking about transportation infrastructure, right now, I took my first ride on the El Camino the bike lane that they've now added on El Camino, and there are lots of driveways that are there on El Camino. I think that's also something to think about as we add pedestrian and bike infrastructure on San Antonio with large projects. We expect lots of in and out traffic, and how do we manage the intersection between these as well? One other comment I had is, I guess, kind of related to Commissioner Peterson's comment, which is one of the public comments that came before the CAG was that the water table is only 10 feet deep. I was wondering if you all as experts could talk to me a little bit more about what the implications of that are, because the public comment mentioned that it would be difficult to be building larger infrastructure projects because it's difficult to build the foundation because of the water table. Would just love some clarification on that.
Yeah, generally, it's a matter of cost. You'll find in some areas, because of a water table, certain developers are unlikely to go below grade because you're basically building a bathtub, right? But so you're going to find, and I think you've seen this on the projects that have already been presented on San Antonio Road, where there are some developers that are willing to go below grade and some developers that are going to stay above grade for parking. So it's fundamentally cost. It's still possible. You can do it. It's just a matter of cost.
Thank you. Would also like to comment on that for since we saw something similar for 660 University, which is in the same flood zone plane type. So there have also some interesting difficulties with the parking situation, and I'm worried about under parking for lots of these areas here. One thing I did notice that isn't quite mentioned, and I'm not really sure what the future looks like, is about the public transit. There's mention that it's pretty infrequent, and I would agree as someone who has been there quite often. Not sure what we can do about it, but it's just interesting to think about as there is more density, as we have a Caltrain station on that corridor, what we could potentially partner with VTA and others to work on that space as well. Would also like to echo Commissioner Vice Chair Chang's comment about the schools. One other comment I noticed on packet page 57, where you talk about the fire engine. One thing I'm worried about is folks in the city know that station 4 right now doesn't have their engine, and I believe that would be the closest fire station to this area. And so I think it's very important, if we're going to be adding lots of units over here, to manage the fire safety risk there appropriately. That's all for now.
Thank you. Good observations. Commissioner James, do you have anything you'd like to add at this point?
Just a few observations. I mean, I am struck a little bit. I don't see a creative solution for it, but you know, gradual evolution is going to happen based on, you know, market demand and a whole host of things. But you point out that there are 50 small businesses. It strikes me that there are some moderate income jobs and businesses that support moderate income jobs that are going to be displaced to create moderate priced housing. And that does seem like sort of an odd paradox. I'm not sure I see a solution for that, but it's a little troubling. You did mention some of the deed restricted units, and I'm not sure I fully understand. I feel like there's something implied in there. Is it that they might be displaced or replaced through redevelopment, or I just feel like there's something implied in there, and I'm not sure I fully grasped what it was. And I'd certainly like to. I am curious what the mechanisms by which green spaces and sort of gathering places, what are the ways of doing that? Is that land that can be sort of imagined like land acquired by the city, or is it sort of incentives to developers to create that in exchange for more height? Or I just kind of don't think I fully understand how we get from knowing there's a deficit there to what are some of the cures for that. I would be curious to know what the range of options are there. I did also notice that, it seemed to me in my reading that there are certain safe routes that seem to, in my mind, overlap with other high risks. And I just wondered if those had ever been mapped on top of each other, because I got the sense that they were both, right? And that was certainly concerning to me. But yeah, I think those are just my observations.
Through the chair, there were some questions among the observations from Commissioner James that might be helpful for us to provide some context. For example, the question about how do you get open spaces, if that would be helpful to the commission at this time.
Let's do that. And then I'll wrap up this round with my overview, and then we'll be able to get into more detail for the next round.
All right. So there are a lot of different ways to get open space. I'll kind of run through a list of here and let you know that, like, as we go into the alternatives phase, we are going to be looking at any and all of these as possible ways. One is the city could purchase land, right? There could be dedication by a property owner. There could be agreement with a property owner to develop a publicly accessible, privately owned open space. You can use the collected park fees to either fund the purchasing of or partially fund the development and maintenance of an open space. There, of course, like many of you mentioned, there's also Mountain View, right? So this might be an area of collaboration with Mountain View to get like one larger consolidated open space between, the potential. If you saw, there's a large development site just across the border at where the PetSmart currently or has been. So there's potential to work with Mountain View on that. And then there's also just development agreements that may come about because a certain landowner wants a certain type of land use or such. So you can kind of extract potentially community benefit out of that. But there's limited space in the plan area. So I think this is going to be definitely one of the critical questions and critical puzzle pieces as we work through alternatives.
And if you would like additional information about traffic volume and growth, as was observed, we do have transportation staff, if there's anything that would be helpful on that topic as well.
Commissioner James, does that cover you for now?
Yes, thank you.
All right, I'll run rapidly through my overview to make sure that you've captured all of these things. And then in the next round, I'm sure many of us will have the desire to drill down into a few topics. All right, just since perhaps we haven't said this strongly enough, this is a really outstanding piece of work. So thank you very much. You have posed some very challenging open-ended questions, but we expect to talk about that more tonight and to follow it up in the future as well. I used the vehicle infrastructure and traffic issue earlier, so as an example, so I won't repeat that. You asked about office allowances. With the exception of neighborhood serving businesses, I'd resist larger office allowances. We already have a huge jobs housing imbalance, and I really don't want to get trapped in a feedback loop that makes that worse. So that's the general concern there. Regarding distribution of retail, some kinds of retail work best if they're clustered, and some work fine if they're spread out. I wonder if we can develop estimates for how much of each of those types we'd like to plan for, if we can come up with some basis for making those estimates. Thank you for the insight from the payback discussion on that point as well. We've already relaxed development standards in much of the plan area. And I'd just like to know if we have any sense of where within the plan area it makes the most sense to go beyond those. This has been discussed already, but I'll reinforce it. There's a lot we'd like to do along the streets, but we can't really see how much space is actually available. So a map that shows us how much space we have until we hit the end of the, from the curb until we hit a building, a driveway, or a setback line is great for developing an intuition for what we can do there. So I don't know that I've seen this phrase used before, but I'm kind of worried about business gentrification. As we lose some of the light industrial and other commercial uses that are currently supporting mid-range jobs, what are we going to get in return, and what does that do to the distribution of incomes in the households in the area? And also, this has been touched on, but I'd like to know how the potential for sea level rise affects the different construction types. And I appreciate the distinction made between things that are impractical physically and things that are impractical economically. But any guidance we can get about how to generalize that is well worthwhile so that we don't go down unproductive paths. All right, that's it for my overview. So I'll be happy to talk about a few more things in detail a few of those things in detail in the next round, but it's time for my fellow commissioners to get a shot. Commissioner Peterson.
All right, I'm going to drill down and try and tie together what I've heard from the other commissioners regarding the climate change. So one with Commissioner Templeton, when you talk about talking with other organizations, is there's also the Googleplexes across the street. And Google, I think, has a general use permit with Mountain View. I don't know how their general use permit agreements overlays with our corridor plan, but haven't been involved with the Stanford general use permit. I know there's definitely, overlays on that, and they probably have some agreements relating to environmental impacts and community mitigations that somehow tie into this. And then Commissioner James talking about, the economics of the buildings or what's feasible. I did notice that the planned developments actually go up to basically that flood boundary. And I'm wondering if that's because maybe there's a flood map there and that's why you can't go below. We've already got a decision made. Nobody's building past that line. So it could be that industrial area that we're talking about being gentrified, it could become swampland very quickly as it floods a few times, and there goes your industrial usage as everybody essentially has to leave. And now we're left with a post-apocalyptic industrial zone with unknown soil contaminations that we now have water flowing over to clean up. So it would be nice not to throw that in there, and then I also, I guess I was thinking I wouldn't hold this up, but for lack of a better graphic, we basically have two zones we're planning there. We're planning one zone that's in the watershed and one zone that's not. And I think there are two different plans going on there. And one of them might actually be what I heard earlier was land purchases and actually recreating wetlands there along Highway 101 on this side of it. I don't know if that's economically a good idea for Palo Alto or displacing jobs, but the other option is, are we going to raise that entire industrial zone 3 feet and come in and with haul trucks and dump dirt? Because that's how it's done. So that's my detail, is I'd like to look at this as 2 zones.
Thank you.
Are we to respond to these?
This is a good time for that, yes.
Okay. Great. So you make some great points about the 2 different zones and the sea level rise zones. And I think one thing, it may just be time-based, like since you changed the HIP and the HIP in that area only allows up to 50 feet. So it's kind of like, to kind of go to your thing, like that's an area where, a 50-foot height limit isn't going to get you the new residential buildings. They really want right now to maximize mid-rise construction, which is 8, 7, 8, sometimes 9. But in this case, because of sea level rise, it's probably 7 stories, to be honest. But it's getting up. In general, what we've seen around the South Bay in these areas, that there is interest to develop in these areas, and you're going to see larger aggregation of land to make it feasible and to make a more cohesive place because of that sea level rise stuff. Because you generally need to have the finished floor of the building above like 11 feet. It might be 12 here. I don't have the number exactly, but basically 11 feet. And you're currently in that area between, I think, 5 and 10 feet in grade. So there are ways to do that. There are ways still to have retail and have that work. It's a little bit more complex, and that's why you're not going to see much of like a one-off development. Say, I'm going to come in and I'm going to take my 10,000 square foot lot and build something. It takes a larger piece of infrastructure like that, but you can see it in the Mountain View site. there's interest, right? There's economic interest in redeveloping that area and making it happen. You know, the larger sea level rise question, it's really a regional, it's really a regional question. And, you know, I don't have all the details in this, but, you know, the biggest economic engine is probably 101. So, you know, with this being upstream from 101, you fix 101, presumably you kind of fix this area too. So that's why I think you're going to continue to see economic interest in these areas, because there are bigger problems that and solving those bigger problems will help these areas.
Yes.
So I think that's a perfect example of knowing that from your expertise that, yeah, it is probably economically viable, the value of the land. Somebody will come in there and they'll figure out the problem just to be able to have this space. But that also brings up another one is, as planning, have we decided that that's what we want to allow? Or do we want to do retreat? Because that's a policy decision as well. That, you know, do we want infill up to the water line, which I'm always a fan of. I'm an engineer. I like to build stuff. But, or do we want to, you know, go in there and, you know, like they're doing in the South Bay, a lot of it is they're opening up the old salt ponds and returning them back to the bay.
I mean, I would say in a way, a certain policy decision was made by identifying housing element sites within this area.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if I could give another example, like San Rafael, like, you know, San Rafael downtown gets flooded right now, you know, even before sea level rises at the levels that we fear. And especially when it coincides with king tides, you have flooding very much to the core of downtown San Rafael. But there is still a very high level of development interest. And one of the most recent projects that is currently getting evaluated and likely to go ahead is in the Canal neighborhood, which includes remediation for the fact that that area will definitely get inundated. So it involves a mixture of, like, you know, raising the ground floor, having non-residential uses on the ground floor, having an elevated walkway next to the canal. So in a way, what's actually a constraint is being spun around by that project to almost like think of, you know, 20 years down the line, and of using that almost as an amenity, you know, because otherwise the location is proximate to a lot of other good things, including transit. So, you know, it'll be a mix. We'll see how the city's policy aligns with some of these, but the technology is very much out there, and not just in, you know, in the Netherlands. It's being tried out in different parts of our very own region right now.
This is going to be the Venice of Palo Alto.
Oh my God, you can compete with Foster City now that they're going to get the dike, you know, so.
I'll also add, policies are always subject to change based on, you know, the elected officials and other leadership in the city. But there was a purposeful decision not to put housing element sites on the other side of 101, but there were also a decision to put them right along 101 on this side of it. So that's what the current policy is, subject to change always.
Thank you. I see no lights, but I expected more discussion. Does anyone have more? Well, I feel like many of the things that I wanted to mention have already been covered. You skim them quickly to see if there are any details that would be of general interest. Would you like to go before? Give me a moment to look this over. In the meantime, please go ahead.
Okay, so in pre-meeting or prior to pre-meeting, I had asked some questions about whether transportation, because you're here, whether you guys can do some context setting for us in terms of the traffic volumes that we see for San Antonio, like relative to the other east-west volume arterials that we have. Is it more, less? Do we know? If we don't know, that's fine. And similarly, if we know with respect to the different 101 and 280, the freeway entrances and exits that we have, which ones are the most heavily used? The ones that are in, that feed Palo Alto. So I would say like University, Oregon / Embarcadero, San Antonio, Charleston, and Page Mill. If you don't know, that's fine, but I wanted to, that's good background.
Hello, Ria Huda-Barrett-Lowe, Chief Transportation Official. We actually don't have counts, recent counts for each of the corridors in the city. I think that there would be some recent counts for the interchanges because of the VTA project. So that's in planning stages. So we could request those from VTA, and we could also, if it's of interest, we could conduct counts along the different corridors using our on-call contract if that's helpful.
My reason for this is, as I said in pre-meeting, is there's sometimes I think that the southern part of Palo Alto gets kind of neglected, or I think that we, as Commissioner Templeton mentioned, there was a big intersection problem at Charleston and San Antonio, and it was like, well, this is bordering Mountain View, so we can't deal with it on our own. And, this whole plan area is now bordering Mountain View. So I think some context setting is really important to ensure that the right attention and resources get put on this, given that it is an area that's targeted to have like 25% of our arena. And so I think that data like this is helpful and important. That context setting piece about the percent of fatalities, when you level set it relative to the population or the number of housing units here, it makes you realize, oh my gosh, this is one of the most dangerous parts of the city. And so similarly, is this one of the most traffic intensive parts of the city? We could use LOS, level of service data. So like how long are these wait times at the traffic lights? Because I've personally gone through 4 cycles and not moved an inch. So that kind of a thing. And if that's today's baseline, then we know what we're facing and like how aggressive we need to be regarding public transportation, regarding whatever other kind of like tools, levers we can pull. Because one of the levers that was mentioned already, for example, is heights for housing. But I think there's also levers that's a housing lever. There must be levers that we can pull with respect to mobility and traffic, but if we don't know the size of the problem relative to the rest of the city, then we don't know how heavy-handed we should be with respect to addressing those challenges. And my sense is, as I said before, this area is very unique compared to the other area plans that we have looked at in recent memory in Palo Alto. That's it. Thanks. And it's fine. I think it would be lovely, but I don't think that I get to make the budget decisions here. I would love that data. But so I kind of throw it back to the project team. And to me, it seems it would be wise if we want to get, council and the powers that be to like really focus on this and like throw the resources or the mind share. Because otherwise I don't think, I've talked to multiple council members who are like, what do you mean that I don't go over there? So, we need to do some, for the public and for the powers that be, the decision makers, we need to do some context setting, I think. Thanks.
Mr. G, if I could follow up on that and then return to you. Yeah, I will jump in. With yet another budget breaking suggestion. The thing I'm always after is origin destination studies, because I really want to know where people are going. And I'd like to think that that can drive some improvements that we suggest for the area. If we know that a lot of the traffic is through, then perhaps we can optimize for that, improving both safety and throughput. Some of the things that I would consider would be, should we make some streets one way? Should we prohibit left turns off San Antonio? Should we limit access to some streets? We could even do something really exotic, like making a lane reversible. But we can't do any of those things without knowing a little more, not just counts, but also directions. What are the paths that are being taken? So that's as I said, that's my budget busting request. Couple of other quick comments in the way of details for things that I mentioned earlier. When you look at the jobs housing imbalance, people often assume 250 square feet of office per person. And the surveys that I've been reading for the last few years are arguing that that is no longer realistic, that 150 square feet is probably closer. So the rule of thumb I use to discuss this with interested residents is if you can fit a worker in a 450 square foot, 1-bedroom apartment, then you've covered 150 square foot of office space. So you need about 3-to-1 ratio of floor area, housing to office to be balanced. So just as a rule of thumb people can use to evaluate proposals. Let's see, I think I covered my concerns about retail earlier. We've covered potential locations for new development standards. We might also want to look at gathering information for things like spaces where lot consolidation might be attractive. So I have in mind like a color-coded map in which color indicates parcel size. So I can see where the big areas are, where the small areas are, and maybe get some ideas from that. We've covered space along the streets. And I think we've covered my concerns about business displacement and sea level rise. So Commissioner G, you're next, and then Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. I actually was also going to talk about origin destination counts. Specifically, I mean, we'll allude to item 4, but the transportation team created a very detailed origin destination document for the other projects. So I'm very excited about that. And I would like to echo that as well. A couple other just kind of miscellaneous points I just want to bring up. One is I want to echo Vice Chair Chang's comment about the RVs. I believe last time during the CAG meeting, we actually had the conversation got derailed even for a little bit because a lot of the folks who live in or near the plan area were worried about the RVs specifically on Fabian, I believe. Fabian, East Meadow, kind of the areas around there. I also had a quick question about the gateway project that's mentioned on the oblique map that's in the Mountain View side, but not quite in Palo Alto. Do you know what that is? Like, what kind of project is it?
Yeah, we do know. So it's called a gateway project, I believe, because it's going through their gatekeeper process in Mountain View, which involves a change of zoning and other aspects. Let me get I think I have the. Yeah. So I believe it's about 450 units in total, and I forget they have a considerable amount of commercial use on site too. About 480,000 square feet of commercial area and 450 units. So, this is, a large project that will have a lot of impact on this project.
Yeah,
and
so that's kind of where I was going with
yeah.
that. Can you, for the commercial use, do you know if it's more like office type or is it more like retail type or undetermined at this time?
It's a mix. There is an office component to it.
I'll also add that it was approved by Mountain View to go through their gatekeeper process. The last time I checked in with their planning team, they had not yet received the actual application. So it's still very much in the conceptual stage, but they did share with us what they're hoping to develop on that site.
Okay, thank you. I think, yeah, I think it's important to consider what is happening immediately adjacent to the plan area as well. I also just want to take a step back and just really commend the team on the report. I thought it was very detailed. I really enjoyed reading through it. I think the team did an excellent job. One comment I'd have is I think it'd be nice to, I love the oblique map. I'd love to see that in the report. I think that really gives a good sense of the plan area. Also because the map on packet page 68, which I believe is supposed to be like a very large map, ended up being actually really small on the PDF version. So just kind of a side note about that. I also kind of want to talk a little bit about the intersection between what's existing there for businesses. So at the CAG meeting, there was discussion about this ramen place, Do Hudson Tuten Ramen, and it's a fan favorite, I'd say, for a lot of the folks that are over there. One might say it's the Happy Donuts of San Antonio Road. It's very popular. It's very popular, and it also is on a HIP site. So that's, I think it's just really important to think about because as we saw with the El Camino area, there's a lot of these businesses that sit on HIP sites and it's a little bit unclear about kind of their future even though they have a lot of community support. In addition, I actually hadn't been here before last month. So I just want to kind of learn a little bit more about the area. And one of the things that the owner had said was that it'd be potentially difficult to afford rent if they were to have to rebuild. And so talking about business gentrification, and I saw the term naturally occurring affordable housing. This is something I mentioned at the CAG where I feel like there's naturally occurring affordable retail for retail spaces that may not be able to afford new rent if we were to redevelop the area. So I think that's something to really consider as we think about protection for retail in the space. I also want to reemphasize the traffic impacts. I know that we talk like I think safety is mentioned a lot. I think that's very, very important. But I also think that as a major arterial road, as a major truck corridor, I think it's very important to consider the traffic implications as not kind of an oversight that is mentioned as the last word on a presentation, but also very much involved in as part of the discussion. I really like Chair Aiken's comments about creative solutions for how we might manage this. And those who know me about the bike plan know that, for example, I'm not as strong on having the bike and ped infrastructure on the main road, but on side roads. So for example, instead of San Antonio Road, you could have San Antonio Ave, the little small parallel street. In talking about origin destination pairs, you would probably expect that lots of folks here would be trying to go to schools, right? And so how do we think about that in terms of making safe routes to school? So San Antonio Ave might be an easy way that we carve out this to be primarily bike lane, or we added like a bike lane as a significant component there, or on other kind of side streets, I think could be a really interesting creative way to think about that. I also just want to quickly address some of the other questions that you've identified on packet page 12, going kind of order here. Preferred location for retail. I think that on San Antonio between Middlefield and Charleston is one of the areas that I think is quite interesting for retail. One of the other neighbors have mentioned that the Crossroads Market, I believe, is also in this segment here, which one specific neighbor had mentioned that with the increase of the hotels over there, they've seen an increase in traffic of the market. So that could be really interesting to kind of collect more qualitative data or possibly quantitative data about the direct impacts of having more people on the local retail specifically. And then willingness to increase housing density height for office space. I'd like to echo Chair Aiken. I'm a little bit reserved about changing the office space allowances. the project that's coming before us again at sometime 660 University, I believe the commission as it stands was also not super supportive of increasing the office allowance. That being said, I'd like to see more of the current situation of the housing density and height comparison. That way, as Chair Aiken mentioned, we can then make a judgment call about whether it's necessary to increase, because I don't really know exactly where it is right now. And same with item 4, the special setbacks. If I knew what the current state was, I could provide a little bit more feedback on that. And then I also kind of want to quickly address the topics that you had on your slide on the requested feedback section. Personally, I think that for outdoor spaces, I think that that's something that we could have some of the retail in conjunction with outdoor spaces, I think could be a really excellent idea. And then for the idea about locating outdoor space in Commercial Street Industrial Ave, I'm a little bit wary about that, specifically given Commissioner Peterson's comments about that area but being underwater potentially. I think that idea we might need to reinvestigate whether or not what we should be putting over there. Those end my comments for now.
Do you need any response?
I think I mostly gave specific comments, not questions. I don't know if the team would like to respond. You're happy to respond as needed.
Okay, Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. First, I'm going to ask the CAG and the TAG. Are they? I still am unclear. Is it in the packet? Did I miss it? Like a list of people who you've consulted, who's working on the project?
I don't think we provided those details in the packet.
Okay,
It
well,
is posted online.
I'm sure
It is available, but thank you for
yes,
that comment.
I think that's why I'm asking some of these questions, and I felt a little bit of, well, why don't you know this when I asked earlier? Well, that's why, because I only read the packet. Okay, so I'm going to ask again, and you're welcome to pull it up as an auxiliary resource if you want to, if I can even pronounce it. But are you working at all with Google Real Estate and Workplace Services? You said that there is a Google facility involved in this space. It's just it's just check, and I'll tell you why while you're looking it up. Thank you for looking. The reason why, it seems like Commissioner G and I are sharing a brain again. The reason why it's important is we have an incredible resource with how they have redesigned the Mountain View Google campus that could be applicable if we do bring them in, and for us to think about how to look at the design and flow of traffic in the area, particularly pedestrians and bikes, which the design, if you haven't walked the area, I encourage you to, over on the Charleston campus, really completely separates people and bikes from cars. And this is great. Remember back when I was telling you I used to try and bike in, and the bus would hit the bike and hit the pedestrians, and now that doesn't, that collision is minimized, and it's really quite wonderful. However, they don't have as big a road as San Antonio running through their campus. So, they do have Shoreline in Charleston, but at those sections, it's a little different. So I don't know to what extent we'd be able to minimize our roadways to make space for larger pathways. But I'm tying this all together because one side effect of the way they designed this space that is for transportation, right, pedestrian and biking and cars, is that it became a park. The pedestrian and bike space became a park. So you had this beautiful little paths through what was a formerly industrial area, and it really changed everything about how you felt to be there. You didn't feel overwhelmed. You didn't feel the noise, right? It was mitigated by the plantings. So it's been an interesting experience to watch it change over the last 20 years. So I would encourage you to take a look, but also to invite them in. So I see we have an answer. So let's hear to what extent they're involved.
Sure. So we did not receive any applications from Google real estate team for the CAG. So we identified them as a partner we want to reach out directly to and have conversations with.
That is fantastic. I don't know if he's still there, but we did have a Office of Transportation, a former Office of Transportation director move into that space. And so they're familiar with working with the city of Palo Alto and might be a valuable resource to incorporate into your feedback system.
Commissioner Templeton, can I get a clarification on, are you talking about the greenway specific, or are you talking about the shoreline improvements?
For San Antonio Road?
No, for your comparison to North Bay Shore?
I'm talking about the Plymouth. It's between
Yeah, okay, the
San
greenway.
Antonio and Shoreline down along Charleston
Okay,
and between Charleston and 101.
great, thank you.
Yeah, and I'm happy to, like, if we want to share, if you want to set up an excursion where we can all go and take a look at it and get a personalized tour, I think it would be very inspirational for this particular project as we're trying to take something that's been there forever and turn it into our vision of the future of this area and incorporate it into the community. So that's just planting that seed. Of course, we wouldn't do it exactly. That's a workspace, right? We're talking about something different. But the ideas they used about having a separate bike path, but then incorporating the ideas of community there, safety and barriers to noise and visuals, greenery, all those things can be something we can aspire to. Anything else? I see people looking at me like you might have something to say. Did you have, are y'all good? Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask staff about was we had some commissioners up here opining about the numbers that we should be using to understand the balance of office space and housing. What is the city's official position on that? Do we have numbers that we use, or should we take Chair Aiken's numbers? I want to make sure we're using the right numbers when we understand it.
Thank you for that question. I don't have an answer, but I think posing the question so that as the consultants look into these details, they're aware that they should be questioning those numbers and then provide us a recommendation is very helpful.
I think it's part of that, and it's also a question for you about every project, because this comes up on every project, and what we need to do is come to, like, there's a source of the current truth and then how we want to shape it. And that's part of the conversation that the chair brought up that we're trying to have with you guys, is how do we adjust that to the current times and bring it up to speed and all that. But we need to be on the same page. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well. I'm trying to find the slide. I'm having a hard time reading the light green on the printout. These are gorgeous printouts, by the way, but what's the slide with the questions you had? So I'm just requested feedback. Is that the one?
Slide 18.
There's like 3 of them. Okay. I think everybody, by the time we get through all 6 of us, it's going to be covered, but I hope that was useful. A little bit of a ramble, but the point is aim bigger. This is not going to be, merging some lanes on Charleston Road. This needs to be a bigger project. Now, it's a lovely project. I'm not trying to diminish it, but we can do more to make that particular area safer, especially as we look forward to all the people that are the types of people that are going to live there, what they're going to do. And everybody who lives in this area, last time we had this conversation, they're just literally worried that children are going to die crossing this street. And I'm looking at each one of you in the eye, because I will come back and talk to you about it and find out, do you think we did enough? Right? That's the question. That's the question we all get. That's the question the council gets. That's the question you guys get. So we need to really understand that this is a great opportunity for housing. It's also a very high risk at the current moment. So we have to measure how much progress we're going to make and what the price is. The price is increasing the safety. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions or comments? All right, then I believe we have given you all the feedback we have for you tonight. Once again, thank you very much. This is an exciting project. A lot of people are going to benefit from it. We appreciate the work.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we appreciate all the comments that we've heard from you. This has been great. Thank you.
All right, I think before we move on to item 4, we should take a break. So let's return at 8:30. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to begin item number 4, the South Palo Alto Bike Ped Connectivity Design Alternatives Study Session.
Great. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Charlie Cole, Senior Transportation Planner with the Office of Transportation. Very happy to be here this evening talking about the South Palo Alto Bike Ped Connectivity Project. I'm joined here with Ria Hadabarat-Low, Sylvia Starlack, Ria, Chief Transportation Official, Sylvia, the Transportation Planning Manager in the Office of Transportation. We also have Amanda Leahy and Hermanus Stain on the line as well from Kittleson and Associates. They're part of the project team supporting the city in this effort. We do have a staff presentation. Is that up? Thank you. Thank you, Samuel. You can go ahead and advance to the next slide. Okay, so this is our overview for the study session this evening. The staff report provides an update on the project and the work completed to date. And then we have recommended that PTC review and provide initial feedback on the 8 potential crossing design alternatives and alternatives analysis. Staff plans to return to PTC in November 2025 with a request to recommend up to 2 conceptual design alternatives to council. This is our agenda. Next slide. I'll spend a few minutes here just reminding everyone of the kind of the bigger picture objective of this project. So just to reiterate what's shown on your screen, the objective is to identify additional locations and develop 15% design concepts for 2 additional grade separated bicycle and pedestrian crossings, particularly rail crossings in the southern portion of the city. Our approach as approved by council on our scope of work with Kittleson and Associates involves a step-by-step process that starts with a comprehensive look at the whole corridor in our study area and identifying where there may be opportunities for future bicycle and pedestrian grade separated crossings. So this included an initial screening process of over 25 design alternatives that aligned with the project goals and design priorities. And the purpose of the initial screening was to identify the more feasible alternatives. That initial screening process resulted in the 8 conceptual design alternatives, which were advanced through the initial assessment of alternatives, and that's really the focus of this evening. Our scope of work provided the city with some flexibility to advance up to 2 alternatives to the 15% design level for further refinement. And it's possible that these 2 design alternatives could be in the same location or next to each other. So I just kind of wanted to make that a little bit clearer. Thinking longer term, our kind of expectation is once we've kind of gone through this preliminary design exercise of getting down to 2 designs that have the most promise, we sort of suspect that one would be built. So I just kind of wanted to frame that and make that a little bit more clearer. That's also described a bit further if you're interested in the alternatives analysis, which starts on packet page 95. So just kind of want to reemphasize again that the council approved this effort as really just the conceptual planning phase of a much bigger project. So really this effort is just to get to that 15% design level. There's much more work to come. I would also like to make clear, as it's shown on your screen, that this effort is separate from the rail grade separation project. That's looking at grade separated crossings at Churchill, Meadow, and Charleston for vehicles, bikes, and pedestrians. These would be additional bike ped only crossings. Next slide, please. So this is our project study area, focusing on the southern portion of the city, which we've defined as south of Oregon Expressway. Happy to talk more about this if you like during Q&A, but we can go ahead and proceed. Wanted to spend a little bit of time just talking about the background for why we're here, why we're bringing this project forward through the community at this time. The reason is because there have been several supportive council-supported plans and studies that have identified a critical need for additional grade separated bicycle and pedestrian crossings, particularly in the southern portion of the city. This comes through in the city's comprehensive plan and the current 2012 bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. There was a 2013 rail corridor study. There was also the recently adopted Safe Streets for All Safety Action Plan, and there are others that mention this. In addition to the city's plans, there's the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, or the VTA, and their countywide bike plan, which identified the Caltrain tracks in the southern portion of the city as a key barrier to bicycle movement in the county. So this project is really implementing the recommendations of previous council-supported plans and other plans to address those mobility gaps for walking and biking. In addition to some of the things shown on your screen here, there are many other ongoing and future projects that's happening in this part of the city. This includes updating the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. This is a citywide, that's a citywide project looking at the future bike ped network, but that also includes Southern Palo Alto. There's the housing element update and the recently approved housing growth that would be occurring in the southern portion of the city along El Camino Real and San Antonio Road in particular. There's the, as you just heard, the San Antonio Road Area Plan, which is just kicking off, which is implementing the housing element update work and reimagining that San Antonio Road area. There's also the Cubberley Community Center project that's also just getting going. There's a rail grade separation work that's happening. So that's really just a long-winded way of saying there's a lot happening in the city, and all of these things go together. And I thought it's important just to mention that this bicycle and pedestrian connectivity project is another project that will help to support all those other things that's happening in the city in that broader context, just to help maintain the quality of life as the city continues to evolve. Next slide, please. So this is our project timeline. On September 9th, 2024, exactly 1 year and 1 day ago, Council approved our scope of work with Kittleson and Associates to provide the support on this project. In early 2025, we completed the review of the existing conditions and published our existing conditions report. That existing conditions work was used to identify crossing opportunity locations and develop our design priorities and evaluation criteria, which were shared with the community, including PTC, for review and feedback during the first phase of engagement in spring of 2025. In summer of 2025, the project team updated the design priorities and evaluation criteria. More information on that is found on packet page 73, if you're interested. And based on those updates were based on the feedback that we gathered during the phase 1, which was then used in the development, initial assessment, and comparison of design alternatives. We are now in phase 2 of community engagement that's happening fall of 2025. And we're gathering feedback on the 8 preliminary concept alternatives. And the goal for phase 2 is to obtain council, for council to select 2 alternatives for further development and analysis. Following phase 2, we anticipate there'll be some refinement of alternatives before packaging everything together in a public draft report that goes out for phase 3. And then for phase 4, we're looking for council adoption of a final report before, or as we're looking to secure grant funding or other funding sources for the next phases of work. Next slide, please. I won't cover all this, but this slide just presents the tools and activities, some of the things that were part of phase 1 of community engagement. I'm happy to talk more about what we did or what we heard, but for the time being, we can keep going. Same thing here. There's more information on the updated design priorities and evaluation criteria. That starts on packet page 73. Happy to go through those definitions or how they've changed since we were last here. During the Q&A, just let me know. We can do that. For now, we can keep going. I wanted to spend a few minutes just talking about the complexity of transportation projects, and especially projects of this magnitude. We, again, are at the very early stages of a very complex, high-profile project that involves many stakeholders, such as yourselves, as well as many other public agencies, including Caltrain, the City of Mountain View, County of Santa Clara, in some cases, Valley Water. And all of these agencies have their own designs and standards. The 8 alternatives were developed in accordance with the design standards of those agencies, but there are still many complex engineering challenges that will still need to be worked through. So while all the designs are technically feasible, The alternatives are still very fluid at this stage, and you can even think of them as modular in a sense, so they can still be moved around, right? Further, also just note, as I'm sure you noticed, all alternatives have right-of-way implications that need to get worked out once that list is narrowed down, once we get down to maybe those two alternatives. This we've known from the very beginning will be a very big challenge for this project due to just the physical nature of the land use characteristics on both sides of the roadway. And to address this challenge as a public agency, we want this to be a public process, and we want to be transparent about the trade-offs when you're looking at these different alternatives. All that being said, there's a lot more community engagement, a lot more technical design work that's to come. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's a slide that just shows all 8 preliminary design concepts that the city commissioned for review and feedback from the community as part of this project. As a reminder, these are all very high level. They're very flexible, modular. I want to point out that these drawings were drawn to scale to provide a level of detail that's probably more than what's needed at this stage in the project. However, we wanted to include these details to give the community a sense of what these could start to look like, how they might function, what they might feel like, and what that, particular, how much space would be needed to actually build these. You will notice that some locations have multiple concepts under consideration. This is due to the crossing location priorities described in previous council plans, as well as some of the feedback that we gathered during the first phase of engagement. You'll also notice that the alternatives have a wavy path. This is really the amount of space that would be needed to accommodate some kind of a ramp and that length that would be needed to connect and provide an accessible path from the roadway level down to the tunnel. Finally, you will notice that there are many consistencies between designs. So the ramp width, ramp grades, tunnel widths, heights, these were all generally kept consistent to sort of keep things simple at this point, or simpler, if I may, except for alternative H at San Antonio Road, which uses existing structures to cross the railroad tracks. So as you're reviewing the conceptual designs, I would just recommend focusing feedback on the basic design concepts associated with each alternative, which from our perspective is really the location and what do you do at Alma? Do you grade separate, or do you do some kind of a signal or some other type of treatment to cross at grade? As I mentioned earlier, there are many variations associated with each alternative. A lot of those variations are documented in the alternatives analysis. But the goal for this project at this stage is really to get community consensus on the basic design concepts. So hopefully that helps to focus your attention. And I'm happy to walk through each of these alternatives during Q&A if that would be helpful. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the results of the assessment of the alternatives that's described in your packet, starting on page 79 and in the alternatives analysis, which was attached. Happy to describe and talk through this in more detail or any elements here. Just let me know during the Q&A portion. Next slide, please. Quickly, just next steps, continuing to check the project webpage for updates. There is an online survey that's available through September 12th. That would be through this Friday. Look out for pop-up events over the next few months. And then much like we're here today, we do have presentations scheduled at standing committee meetings over the next few months to be gathering the feedback for this stage of the project. And I believe I have one or two more slides. Also just kind of wanted to end on, this is stated in your packet this evening as well, just sort of next steps, thinking bigger picture. What are some of the major things that will need to happen once we complete this project? There are many more steps to come, including securing a Caltrain service agreement. So similar to the work that's being done in the grade separation process, eventually Caltrain would take over as basically the manager for this project once the city has decided on their preferred designs and gotten to that 15% design concept. There'd be grants and fundings that would need to be identified to help to pay for these efforts. Additional engineering, environmental documentation, final design, interagency coordination, right-of-way acquisitions, construction, and then once all of that's completed, the project's then handed back over to Palo Alto. So many more years of work to come for this project. And I believe that's it. I have one more slide as just questions for PTC consideration, just to help guide your discussion this evening. We're really looking for input on any questions or suggestions that you have on the 8 concept design alternatives. And then, of course, any questions or feedback that you have on the alternatives analysis, we'd be happy to entertain. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coles. Do we have any clarifying questions? Commissioner Templeton, then Vice Chair Chang, then Commissioner G.
Forgive me for asking this question. I think I know the answer, but I feel like it's worth stating. We can only choose one?
No, so
We can only build one?
I think it's up to council to decide, right? But I think the idea is that there's a need for one, at least one, or one at a minimum. And so the study, the way we've scoped it, is we've provided some flexibility in our scope where we have 8 that we're coming forward with now. We want to try to get that 8 down to 2 and advance those further.
But not necessarily to have both.
But not necessarily to have both, right?
Okay.
But I guess it is possible, and it sort of depends on the combination of the 2, right? Because there are some that are located at the same location, but then there are some that are much further away from each other, and so it might make sense to have 2. So
Do we, I assume the number of bikes going to cross Alma are equivalent for the different areas? I mean, is this high schools only? Is it middle schools? Is it elementary schools? We biked across Alma to get to elementary school. Like, are we just looking at the design, or
yeah, so as
like,
part of
seriously, we could literally be here all night. So I'm just trying to figure out what exactly you want us to say this one's prettiest, or I want the kids going to this school to be able to safely reach without crossing, but I don't care about that other school, or.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot. So
No.
I'm not being very generous with my phrasing. So please reflect back in a way that is how you're looking at it. I'm a little tongue in cheek here, so.
No, absolutely. I appreciate the question. Samuel, if you wouldn't mind, can we open up slide? Slide 12, please. So as part of this process, so as I described, there was a process that we took where we were looking at, started with a comprehensive look at the entire corridor to look to see where there were potentially opportunities for future bike ped crossings. That effort started with we ended up with around 25 to 27 different options. And through that, through an initial screening process, we ended up getting down to 8 crossing alternatives. And so those are the 8 preliminary crossing design alternatives that are presented here this evening. Once we got down to our 8, we applied the design priorities and evaluation criteria that are discussed in the packet. We also shared those with PTC when we were here last time to get feedback. And what that evaluation criteria is essentially a series of metrics that we use to evaluate each alternative. So you sort of start to see how each of the alternatives compare. And so on your screen is really the summary table from the alternatives analysis, and is one of the elements that we think is useful in helping to compare the different alternatives and trade-offs.
I I understand all that, but thank you for going over it. I guess I will save, that's, the rest of my commentary is not clarifying, it is response. So thank you.
Vice Chair Chang, then Commissioner G.
Can you just help me understand my kind of stupid question about option H, which is the enhancement of the San Antonio one? So am I understanding correctly that the proposal would be for the bikes? Well, so first of all, where do the peds go? Where do the pedestrians, how do they cross? Are they using the existing crossing? And then second question is the vision right now, I know that this is just preliminary, that the bikes would go up and over the same way cars do, up, which is kind of steep. That's why I mean, it ends because you need coordination with Mountain View. Maybe we can pull this up so that if members of the public are listening or for the recording. Packet page
130.
there. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, slide 25, Clerk, if you wouldn't mind pulling that up. So we have some backup slides with the exhibits in the presentation as well. We can use that to take a look at it.
Perfect.
And while that's coming up, I think you generally have the sense. So again, this is one of the two designs that would require additional coordination with Mountain View, as half of it or big portion of it would be in their jurisdiction. So as shown, the alternative would construct or would install a 10-foot wide center running two-way. I'm sorry, no. Slide, yeah, keep going to alternative H, please.
Perfect. That's it.
That's the one. Yeah, so here the yellow line represents the two-way separated cycle track. And so this would go from Nita Avenue in Palo Alto to California Street in Mountain View. And you're correct in your understanding is it would be along the existing bridge, the same elevation as vehicles currently travel. It would not, or at least as it's described here, it would be for cyclists only. The way pedestrians are accommodated is enhancing the connectivity to the existing bike ped tunnel at the Caltrain station in Mountain View, the San Antonio station, by utilizing the existing San Antonio Avenue and the sidewalks there with the crosswalk at the intersection of Alma and San Antonio Avenue, and then connecting along the pathway or the sidewalk really that connects San Antonio Avenue to the Caltrain station.
Okay, thank you. And I know this is kind of not what we agreed to during our retreat, but because this is up here and I don't want to have to backtrack to it. First of all, thank you for an amazing packet. And I loved the fact that you guys had kind of looked at all the options and there's that table in there that says why you didn't advance, like, I don't know, the tens of 100 options that you had and how you kind of got boiled it down to 8. But I have to admit to not reading all of the options. But why not use the existing bike, like enhancing the existing bike crossing here? Or is it right? Because right now the bikes would go the way the pedestrians do, correct? I mean, or they could also just travel along with cars.
Is just a point of clarification, is the question why not enhance connections to the existing tunnel at the Caltrain station?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that would be part of this, that would be part of this design as well.
But it's not sufficient for bikes is what you're saying. There's no way to turn the existing pedestrian route into the route for bikes as well.
Well, yeah, I think that could be. Yeah, I think that's good feedback.
Okay, well, so
yeah.
I just didn't know if that was already eliminated. So thank you. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner G, and then Commissioner
Questions
Peterson.
covered.
Okay. Commissioner Peterson, you're up.
It's going to be a similar question. So first, a question is, you don't show the baseline, like the current situation with no option, just as a way to start comparing. I think option H is probably almost kind of is the baseline. And the reason why is because option H, which is the bridge.
Sorry, just point of clarification. Do you mean baseline for the map that you're looking at?
I mean, baseline, like just the current situation. If we had
Okay,
nothing,
thanks.
no option at all. So we can see the improvement. So H, I think there's an issue because not only does H not look like it includes fully the underpass, the walking, but even once you add the bike path, I don't, unless I'm not understanding the map, maybe this is my question, is why doesn't it show greater access to San Antonio Road if you have biking over San Antonio Bridge?
Which map are you looking at? Can you just
I'm
give
on
us
H. Maybe we should bring
packet
that one.
page, maybe?
Yeah, 172.
Thank you.
Samuel, can you bring up 172?
Commissioner, Chair, I'm happy to weigh in here. So the reason for on packet page 72, this is part of the accessibility analysis. So if you remember when we were here last time, we did the accessibility analysis as part of the existing conditions. And so that was the baseline analysis. This is now applying, if you were to assume a new crossing, what would the change in accessibility be? And so for alternative H on page packet 72, this is showing how walking accessibility would change. And since we're not adding a new pedestrian pathway, another way to cross the railroad tracks, there would be no change
I think
in
we're on different
travel times.
Are the packets different? 'Cause I'm on 172. Yep, there you go. Okay, and then we don't have it up on the screen. That would help. Then we're all looking at the same thing. There we go. So at the top of the map, there we go. It seems that if you had the bridge enhancement, you would have greater access to the San Antonio corridor. But this is showing minimal. In fact, it just shows it goes up to the Google X development and basically stops right there.
This is for pedestrians. Do you care about bikes or just peds at this point?
I use the pedestrians kind of as a proxy because I know the bikes are going to do better than that. I see what you're saying because with the bike path that it will give the greater access because, okay, so this is showing pedestrian just with the underpass.
The bike diagrams on packet page 180.
Okay, yeah. So I think this one here, because of that, this almost does show the current situation because it doesn't show the bike access. So that's where the two come together. Is this one here is probably the closest to what we have right now. Thank you.
Further clarifying questions? Vice Chair Chang?
So sorry, I did have one more. So I noticed that all the bridge options were eliminated. Does that mean, and it mentions cost as well as comfort for the pedestrians and bikes crossing. Cost-wise, would it end up being more expensive than any of the current, cost-wise, is the construction of a bridge kind of, we think, more expensive than any of, like even our most expensive options right now among the 8?
Yeah, that's a really good question.
Perhaps I can respond to that.
Yeah.
So the difference between a bridge and an undercrossing is that for an undercrossing, you need a clearance of maybe 8 to 10 feet for the height of a person or a person on a bike. If you're using a bridge, you need to get up to the overhead catenary wires, and then you have to have a 10-foot clearance from that. So you probably, I don't know how high that is, 25 feet or something. And to do that with an ADA accessible path, you're traveling a very long distance. So sometimes it might be infeasible technically because you'd wipe out a whole lot of properties in order to get the ramp in front of their driveways, et cetera.
Thank you. That's
Yeah.
super helpful to understand that it's kind of a steepness issue that then drives the cost and the associated issues. Thank you.
Any further clarifying questions? Commissioner Peterson?
So looking closer at this, I think there is a problem on page 172. I was confused a little bit between the pedestrian and the biking issue, but now I'm looking at it clearly just as pedestrian. So if there's a way to zoom, is there a way to zoom in on just the top half of the map? Okay. So if you look closely at the top of the map here, it shows the pedestrian underpass at San Antonio. And then it's showing a pedestrian route around the on-ramp, which is a little bit weird because pedestrians aren't going to walk on that on-ramp. But more importantly is it also doesn't show the connection of that you can walk across, because you walk up Alma and there's a crosswalk there underneath the bridge. And I don't know if it's just you don't see that because the bridge is quote unquote hiding it, but I don't think this map is three-dimensional like that. I think there's actually a missing connection of crossing. I don't know what the road is. It's probably Old San Antonio something, to get to South Palo Alto. Because I would think that that underpass, you can walk pretty far up into like towards Coverly and stuff. Just wanted to point it out.
Yeah, we can look into that as well. I think, I mean, I'll just add that.
Yes, I'm trying to say there's a better connection than what your map is showing.
Than what's currently shown. Yeah.
Always free.
Any further questions, Commissioner James? All right, Mr. Tavera, do we have any public commenters on this topic?
To the chair, I've received no public comment cards, and if there's anyone on Zoom who would like to request to speak, I would request that you raise your hand now. Seeing none, to the chair, I have none.
Thank you. So we are open for discussion rounds, and I see Commissioner Templeton would like to speak.
Yes, thank you. I want to look at the chart, and I want, your pretty black and gray chart. And I wanted to just check and see parcel impacts. Does that mean removing a home? I'm trying to translate that. Can you answer that, please?
Yeah. So in some cases it does. Yeah.
And are all these roughly the same number of homes? Is that why they're all? How are we to interpret the different shades of gray? Could you put a number there of how many homes will be impacted?
Yeah, we do have that information in there. I'm happy to pull it up if that would be helpful.
You have it as a chart? That would be great. What page is it on? Because I missed it.
If someone from Kittleson on the line could help try to point us in the right direction, or I can try to look that up as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I was mesmerized by our chart there. So while you're looking that up, I want to go to the graph on page 77, and I want to look at this, and I'm concerned about the potential general assumptions in the guidance that staff has received from the project so far, in that I feel like the difference between A and H is so very, very vast. I have walked, I used to live a block over from Matadero, and I walked my kids to preschool family once. It was an interesting experience. The railroad track, having an underpass would be really nice, but that was so long, and I don't think that I didn't go all the way to H. I think I went down there to Charleston. Imagine if you're living over here on Loma Verde and you're trying to get to Gunn, like H makes no sense at all for that perspective. Now, on the other hand, there are people who do live down here in the San Antonio area, Fern Ave. We got some friends over on Fern. That would be really ideal for them. In that context, though, I'm thinking back to our previous item, that's an area that's currently under study, and we're hoping that we can fit something good there in through that avenue if we do have to limit ourselves. So then I come back to, how do we split the difference? Given the rail crossing projects, how does that play into your chart? Let's put it that way. So that, let's say we did do something down here on Charleston, so at D, E, or F, how does, for the rail crossings, how does that show up in your chart in terms of, would it be throwaway work if we were to build something like this?
Yeah, I think I understand what you're getting at. So
Thanks.
I think you're speaking about, correct me if I'm wrong, the rail grade separation work at Meadow and Charleston, recognizing that the construction footprint could be quite large, especially if the city decides on the hybrid alternative.
Not even that, like those projects incorporate already some bike crossing. Not sure I love them either. So that's the dilemma. For example, I like these better. I like what you've proposed better than what we've been looking at for the rail grade separation. But if we go with this, does that mean 10 years from now, it's all going to be thrown out if we finally have a rail crossing, rail grade separation?
Yeah, I really appreciate that perspective. So that's something that we talk about in the analysis is how some of three of our alternatives, so alternatives D, E, and F.
Yep.
Are all within the construction, proposed construction area for the Meadow Charleston hybrid alternative. So if the hybrid alternative were to be selected, the crossings at D, E, and F would really need to be delayed until the construction for the rail
delayed.
grade separation
I
would
see.
begin, because you need to coordinate the two projects. We wouldn't want to, as you're pointing out, build something that then gets torn up.
I mean, it could be 20 years though. You're going to delay it 20 years?
I think the challenge here is just recognizing that there is the overlap, and then you kind of sort of start to add some complexity.
So I spent several years working on that project, just so you know. So I'm familiar with these things, and I really like the work you've done. I think it is providing some superior alternatives. However, I will also add that in the world we discussed earlier tonight, if parts of this, the train were to change elevation, then you'd have every one of those crossings. So that's not what you asked us tonight, and we're not going to get into it tonight, but it's really important, and I'm saying it just for the record because hopefully somebody from council will be reading this, but every one of these is a great location and a great suggestion. The ones in general that I'm concerned about are the houses that will be lost. So did we get that pulled up?
It's packet page
Yes.
82 also.
82.
Talks about parcel impacts.
Yeah, parcel impacts. You were at, Commissioner, that your question was, what is each shade of gray kind of associated with? If you go to packet page 161,
161.
there's table 18 that shows how we scored the parcel impact criteria. So
Okay.
it's a range from no parcel impact to full impact of 2 or more parcels. Again, recognizing these are high-level conceptual designs, but generally drawn to scale.
Thank you for that. That is tangential to what I'm asking. I'm asking if you could please improve this chart for community consumption by using numbers in that row. And not 0, 1, 2, and more than 2, but actual numbers, because you've already looked at it, may as well tell it. Because this is dominating the conversation about this in the community. I see it multiple places, Facebook, neighborhood chats, my friends texting me, like it is causing suspicion and distrust. And so since you have the information, you should provide it. I do love a good chart. I love this chart, but that particular piece of information needs to be numerical. That's all I'm going to say for now. I'll get into more detail. But the bottom line is we need all these crossings. But I don't want to take all that many houses. Thanks.
I have no other lights at the moment. Anyone else care to weigh in? Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say, this report was awesome. I really delved into every single page. I did spend way too much time reading lots of appendices. And I think this is probably not directly impacted by our PTC retreat that we had recently, but I know that's one of the things we talked about was having more detailed staff reports. And I want to say both this packet and the previous agenda item really on that. So thank you, staff, so much. So yes, I want to say, wait, I just want to ask Chair, are structuring conversation, are we just kind of talking generally now, or we want to talk about options, or what's the format we're looking
It's
at right
entirely free form now.
Okay, so it's free form now. Okay, so thank you for all these options. I'm particularly impressed with the analysis of the 27 different options. I think it was really helpful in trying to hone in on the logic that we got to the options that we have today. One note, when reading through the packet, it said like option A, which is El Dorado Avenue Tunnel, and then, for example, C is Loma Verde Tunnel with signal. I think it would just be helpful to clarify that some of the options that say tunnel also still have the signal. So for example, option A, El Dorado Avenue Tunnel, my understanding based on the drawing is it also comes with a signal. So for all the options that have a signal, just to label that, which kind of gets me to my next point, which is I'm very strongly against having a signal on Alma. It took me 40 minutes today to get here from Mountain View on Central, and my office is 1 block off of Central. And the only thing that there was no accidents, there was nothing, it was just traffic lights at each of the different places. And I think specifically in South Palo Alto, if you drive through this area, I've been trapped between Meadow and Charleston for so many signals of it not moving. And I would like to not see a light, which probably is going to indicate where I'm going to comment on for the discussion items. But I also, being interested in the data myself, dug into the calculation as well. Wait, sorry, let me find it. On packet page 149, Chair Aiken may be interested to know that there are origin destination pair data that is discussed here. I specifically mean on packet page 150 about the weekday trips. I think it's really helpful to have this discussion about like how many more trips are going to be created and using the distances as part of the calculation. The idea being that if the distance gets shrunk a lot, then more people will be traveling. But for me, one of the reasons why when I looked at this, I saw that options B and C, for example, Loma Verde Tunnel with signal and without signal are considered equal. But in my mind, they're very much not equal. So I went to Fair Meadow. Stopping like from the El Camino side of the train tracks the traffic light was more than 50% of the total amount of time to get to the place. Or when I went to Gun, crossing at El Camino was more than probably 40% of the amount of time I would spend on my bike trying to get there. And so while, I mean, we can talk about the benefits of, I love the table. I have to say, I love the color table, but also having these two options being considered the same, I think is a little bit misleading to the reality. For example, if I had to wait at Loma Verde for a traffic light, that probably adds a significant portion of time to the crossing. And if we're talking about connectivity, I think it's really important to be aware that these are pretty different from a day-to-day lifestyle change, even if from a distance calculation perspective, they're about the same. So that's something that is important to me when thinking about the options. The other thing that I want to call out about packet page 150 is the demand impact, and I want to say that I guess I am not very supportive of building a tunnel in places with very low demand. Like, it's pretty clear based on the analysis here, and I think from people's lived experiences living in South Palo Alto, that adding a tunnel between Charleston and Meadow is probably excessive. And I think 450 trips is being pretty generous. If there's a signal there, it's unclear to me about how much usage that will get. And also, I really appreciate the diagrams that are kind of appendices, like towards the back, whichever diagram that Commissioner Peterson had mentioned. I think that was really helpful because the highlighted areas that are nice and thick can really call out exactly where there's additional connectivity. And I think just for the public, that would just be interesting to surface earlier. I don't know. I know there's already a lot of information in the main part of the packet. But this way, when I talk to my friends, I can say, hey, if you live in Loma Verde, now you have better connection to XYZ place, right? And so being able, not like, oh, hypothetically, I have this tunnel that can now get me somewhere. What does that actually mean for my day-to-day life, right? So for example, if I look at packet page 174, the bike with Loma Verde, you can actually see that the darker area includes Gun, right? So what that means is if I live on the 101 side of Alma near Loma Verde, I will be able to get to Gun closer. And that's an easier story to tell for the people who live there than to say, hey, do you want to tunnel El Dorado? And I don't in fact, these people don't know what's over there on the other side of the train tracks because it is very difficult to get there. So having this kind of description is really helpful. And I would also like to echo Commissioner Peterson's comment, which is, I think it would be, I guess, like effectively the pedestrian diagram on packet page 172 is the baseline, but I think it could be nice to have a baseline as well for the bikes to say, hey, this is how it was before, right? So like now on the Loma Verde tunnel, I see that the time is like, it's bright, which means there is an impact, but I don't know, like now it's, I don't know, less than 5 minutes, right? But before, what was it actually, right? And so being able to say like the savings is 15 minutes or whatever could be nice. So I'll let other commissioners speak at this point.
I have Vice Chair Chang and then Commissioner Peterson.
Okay, I couldn't agree more with everything that Commissioner G has said. I thought it was, in particular, really appreciated his comment about how, the two options at Loma Verde, though they have approximately the same demand, really might not have the same demand. So as I was looking at this, kind of my favorite was B because of the centrality, because of the demand. Unfortunately, it's expensive. But I was really trying to optimize when I was looking at this and thinking, if we're going to be spending all this time and effort and interruption, it's actually got to serve a whole bunch of people. And so for that reason, D through G were just sort of not, it just doesn't, we don't think we get the bang for the buck. Furthermore, when you look at where those connect out of kind of Green Meadow and the circles are designed such that they are not commuter routes because people don't really go through them. I can see why bikes might, but it's just sort of not, it's designed as a series of dead ends. And so that's yet another reason why, I mean, that's why the demand is lower, as you all know. And then in terms of the other thing I was looking at is the lights on Alma. And I completely agree with Commissioner G on that. We are going to have, I mean, we have potentially like a giant development coming in Menlo Park. We have tons of development coming in Mountain View. We ourselves are, developing a ton. And I know that we don't want all these housing units to come with cars, but when you talk to the real estate developers and you say, well, how about you just don't park your project? Well, they've told us in this room, nope, that's dead in the water. So all same thing with the retail landlords. Nope, we are car-centric. We're car-centric down here in the Bay Area. So they're all coming with cars. And so if we add lights, we're essentially taking the one arterial that we have that actually kind of works right now, kind of. It did take Commissioner G 40 minutes. And then we're actually causing impediments. And then when you look at the, I know this is not popular for like bike advocates and stuff, but when you look at the numbers of people that would be benefiting, so let's take a look at Loma Verde, which 2,500 crossings a day. How many people would we be slowing down by how much? And it's going to be kind of exponential, I think, with the train traffic. And so I just think a light is almost a non-starter. I mean, maybe I'm not imaginative enough, and maybe there's a way to execute it such that it would work. But I really think we would be cutting ourselves off at the knees with the light. So that's why I think B. And then H might be like a far second. I don't think it solves that kind of big connectivity gap that we have. But when we look at, because it's relatively inexpensive, and when we look at the area plan and all the housing that's going to go in there, and our hopes that those people hopefully will come in with fewer cars per unit, then it might be really necessary to have that. And so maybe we'll get to. Thanks. Yeah.
You said that G was a non-starter and it has this slightly more, but same large number as the other things you liked. What was your objection to it?
The demand. I just didn't think.
Well, how is that demand
Oh,
different?
no, you're right. Maybe there's a hole there. I think it was just further away though from sort of the central part of, I think, I was also looking at kind of trying to, council had, when they said go with this project, said, let's focus on crossings from Cal Ave to like, East Meadow. And so that's part of the reason, because it's just at one end. But I just think, I thought it wasn't as powerful.
Commissioner Peterson.
Mike.
Oops, sorry. Screen share, start broadcast. Action.
Sounds like we have an instructor for our technology portion, right?
We need our class. Okay, we're looking at H here. And what I'm going to do, and the reason why this is going to tie back into G is because essentially I'm also going to fix option G in a way. So I've had to work with some TDS software like this, so I can see, I think, where some things came apart, where I think you can tighten things up in the next iteration. Is it still possible to run these? Maybe I should ask that first. Or is the simulations all done for the walking paths? Did a massive change order?
I think we're open to hearing your comments and
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoever the consultant is that does these, it's like, yes.
We need to look at our scope and budget and just
Okay.
check. Yeah.
They'll probably, okay. So I should have the ability to draw now. Is it this one? Somewhere in here. Give me 1 second here. No, I'm on the wrong. There it is, draw, found it. Drawing tool. Okay, so here's my edit. So first, there's a walking path there. It's through private property. It goes through a parking lot, but it looks like I've never walked that actual path myself, but I'm pretty sure you can walk between those 2 points, which really changes that dark blue street into a light blue and probably transitions and reaches further into that neighborhood, which is exactly what option G was reaching as well, that you can basically reach it from the Caltrain station. Though it's a little bit of a walk, but then when you get to the Caltrain station, the underpass is also not properly represented. So I had to look more carefully and realize, I think I jaywalk across Alma and I risk my life each time I was talking about you can walk under the underpass. You actually can't. It's not a continual walkway anymore. So there is a crosswalk here, and then it's not really clear, but there's a small walkway underneath there's a hole in the fence, so to speak. Someone's actually made up that you can walk across the street, walk along the tracks, and you're back at the Caltrain station, and then you can walk back underneath here. So I think those two revisions to the model to allow it to better represent, because now you can see that you're very clearly, we'll use yellow, I guess. Oh, well, it's all gonna be yellow. I won't try to be fancy with this. Obviously, now you can go up, I found out it's called North San Antonio, is gonna light up. And then you're gonna get these branch streets off North San Antonio are all gonna light up. And then, anyways, you get the idea. And I think that's gonna give us a better representation that it'll probably look a lot like option G does. But we actually have it under H without knowing it. There you go. Thank you.
And that is the kind of technology use that I was hoping for. So very useful. Thank you. Commissioner Templeton.
Thanks. I really appreciate the comments we've had so far. I want to agree with the commentary about do not add lights to Alma. Like, we will all agree to that. That's a bad move. So if that helps you eliminate half of these, then more power to you. But the bottom line is where you stand, I think may depend on where you live. So I'm thinking that this is kind of the part of town I live in. I think I would be preferring, DE or F, and the part of town that other commissioners live in might prefer something closer to them or that's areas that they frequent. So, that's something for us to think about. And this is why I'm trying to say, like, we're going to be pitting the what is it? The Sharks and the Jets. I'm trying to remember from West Side Story. We're going to have, people of this part of town and this part of town kind of on opposite sides, because it's just where their haunts are. And so we could limit, I bet we could get down to 2 options for you tonight, but then you're stuck because there's no rational way to deal with that, because they're about the same in terms of usage. And it just depends on which one you think would be easier for you. So that's sort of what I was getting at with my earlier question about, like, what do you want us to use? And yes, we have your chart, and your chart, if the chart was enough, you wouldn't be here, right? There's some other things, some judgment that you're looking for from us. And I guess I like El Dorado, so A, and I like, which one of D and E doesn't have a light? So D, and I like G, because G gets a lot of use, but as we just discussed, we hope that that's going to be incorporated into another imminent project. Is there someone here on this panel of staff that can say, yes, indeed, that's no longer relevant because we're absolutely going to put that in to their project that presented last? Any chance? Are you a CAG or a TAG?
Oh, you mean the San Antonio Road area plan? Yeah, so I think it's just important to, recognize that we have the scope of work, 8 designs, we're trying to get down to 2. What happens there?
Right, I'm trying to
Right.
help you. So I'm trying
Yeah.
to say, if that's already taken care of, we can just eliminate it.
Right, and so I think you're bringing up a really great point that, these projects have already shown up or will show up in other plans and other studies, right? So there's the San Antonio Road area plan, there's the current bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan that shows a crossing in the Loma Verde vicinity. And city's currently going through their update of the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. It would also show where future crossings could be, or what could happen at San Antonio Road and the interchange. So these, again, so these designs, or at least the project, so to speak, to do the work and advance the work, could show up in many different plans and studies.
Okay, so A versus B, looks like A takes fewer houses than B. Am I interpreting our colors right? I've lost the numbers page, but I know I'm going to get numbers next time, right? So if it came down between A and B, and it looked to me like, how many houses do we have to take? I didn't think we do on A. What page was it? Do you remember with the chart about the number? $82? Well, as
161.
Thank you.
you guys are,
Just to clarify, we actually don't need to get down to 2 options tonight. We're looking for feedback. We expect to get down to 2 in the next several months. So if there are things, I think we've heard tonight that you're not preferring things that add additional signals to Alma. So that might be some feedback that helps us to eliminate a couple. If there are ones that you definitely want to eliminate, like one or 2, then that helps us kind of to
thank you. So
streamline the
that is
process.
exactly what I was trying to ask. If we can eliminate H or G and H because of the area plan, then you're down to 3, and then we're done. I tease a little, but so I assume you want more from us. I don't know, but if you did, it'd be great to specify and say, well, you've given us enough to narrow it down to 3. I agree, but I'm curious about X, Y, and Z. That's fine. But anyway, being more transparent about the houses, and I assume people are living in these houses. And that makes it tough. And how long are all of these equally lengthy in terms of, it sounds like H is not going to happen anytime in this decade or the next, in terms of the difficulty, everything there is. Well, okay. Is black the best? So it's the easiest one to do. Okay.
Although it does involve interagency collaboration, and this project was removed from the 5-year CIP on the Mountain View side because they're focusing on their grade separations first. So they're not anticipating.
What about that? That's an interesting approach. Wow, it's almost as though we mentioned that tonight too, and it's great we're talking about it. This is such good stuff. We should definitely do it. But it is, for me, like, the only people I've ever heard talking about this are the same people that sit on the rail committee, because we understand how desperately interconnected they are. And so I'm just a little nervous about getting excited and getting people excited about being able to cross, when I know that if their children are already born, they're not using these tunnels to go to school. Right? Like, this is long-term planning. So anyway, I think one more reaction to share with you, not that you necessarily specifically asked for this, but it is my assessment of how these are coming across, is this looks so cheerful to me. When I'm reading this packet and I read the survey, I read this packet, I've listened to your presentation, everything sounds so good. One of the things that I'm hearing when I'm hearing from the community is not that. Like there are a few, of course, of bike activists that were really excited about it. And those are the people we generally are trying to please, right? This is our community. But there's people who don't want their neighbor's house torn down. And there's people who don't want to deal with new signals and people who don't want to deal with 10 years of construction. Right. So we have to figure out how to, like, there's more to it than this chart. There's a bit of a sentiment measure that we may want to figure out how to incorporate so that when we're appealing to the community to get excited about these things, that they know what the trade-offs are. And I'm not saying it's not in here. I'm saying we're doing a really good job of talking about the things that are exciting us, and we're not doing a good job yet of reflecting the way people are experiencing the concerns shown in the chart, if that makes any sense. Okay, I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner G is waiting patiently, but if I can.
No, I'd like actually, Chair, for you to go first because I realize you haven't gotten a turn yet. So
I was going to request that, but you anticipated me. Yeah, it's enlightening to hear the interpretations that my fellow commissioners are placing on the project. Touching on some issues that had not occurred to me, but I'm going to go ahead and give you my impressions with qualifications. Anyway, personally, I thought this was really coming together well. The analysis is deep and thorough. I particularly liked the methodology discussion, which managed to answer most of the questions I had without having to pose them to you tonight. My thinking about this assumed that we will have the grade separation at Meadow and Charleston with bike and ped capacity. Now, yes, timing is an issue. That's one of the things I'm hearing from the rest of you, but I assumed that we would do that. Given that assumption, then the crossings that are nearby Meadow and Charleston have too little value to pursue. So if you buy that assumption, then I don't find them compelling. I definitely am interested in option H because of the connection with the San Antonio area plan. And I feel like the pedestrian option down there is workable, perhaps as Commissioner Peterson has suggested, but it does need to be described more clearly in the documents that go to the public. I really, really, really wanted to have option B, but I just can't support it. The construction complexity and the cost, and also the impacts on the Loma Verde properties. So there's a whole lot of driveways that are going to become right in, right out there, as well as some interesting constraints on how people use that intersection. So in addition to H, that leads me to A and C. And I had a hard time rating the two of them because they each have different strengths. Lower impacts on adjacent houses, shorter paths, better connection to demand, particularly school-related demand. There were just too many trade-offs there for me to make a choice between one of those two. So, so I'm leaning towards H and one of A and C. About the lights on Alma, that's something I hadn't really considered because my initial thinking was we have a real problem with speed on Alma, and a few lights might not be such a bad idea, or perhaps even some lane narrowing might not be a bad idea. So we could get some of that as a side effect. And I will reconsider that based on the comments that I've heard tonight. But I did want to point out that in our packet, it mentions that there are many signaling options for these crossings. So we don't have just a choice of signal or none, but we have multiple types. And it may be that some of those are more viable than others. So that's it for me. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I think, well, one of my comments about H is I'd love to explore utilizing the underground tunnel at the Caltrain a little bit more. I think there are lots of creative options in which we can formalize the path that Commissioner Peterson has been talking about. And in particular, in relation to our last agenda item with the San Antonio Road area plan, I had talked about turning San Antonio Avenue, like the small little street, potentially into a biking path of some kind. And I think that in conjunction with formalizing the Caltrain tunnel, I think could be a very beautiful synergy there. So that's my comment on that. I also want to quickly respond to something that Commissioner Templeton had said, which is, I believe my understanding is all of the options have some kind of signal except B and H. Are you aware of that when you made your comments about signals and also choosing options?
Yeah, I thought D was also without, but.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
I mentally eliminated that because I thought I personally agree with many other commissioners that the area between Meadow and Charleston, I think, doesn't quite make sense for a location. But amongst G, A, and C also have signals, I believe. So that's my understanding. So
Yeah, that's why I thought it would simplify things a lot.
yeah. So I think that zooming out, option B is a very strong, it's by far my favorite option for a couple of the reasons I alluded to in my first series of comments. But the way I think about it is the way in which I would use a tunnel where I don't have to wait at Alma vastly outweighs the having to wait at the light. If we're going to go through with this process and spend a lot of money, I think I would like to make it such that as someone who lives moderately close there would actively use it a lot of the time. And as someone who also drives on Alma a lot, if I think about the trade-off between additional cost and the additional traffic that builds up on Alma, I guess we don't have all the numbers, and I think that would help allude to some discussion, like orders of magnitude and things like that for the cost. But I still think at this time that the simplicity for the pedestrians and bikes to have a smooth way to get between the two places without having to worry about a signal isn't very important to me. I also wanted to comment on Chair Aiken's statement about the different signal options, and I think that's a really interesting idea. That being said, I think El Camino currently has a variety of different signal options. I dislike most of them from both perspectives. From both the car I think that folks still haven't really figured out the triangle shape, the two reds and the one below it. Like I think people driving down, especially if you've never seen one before, still haven't really gotten the handle of that one. And as a result, it's still dangerous for pedestrians. Like if I'm trying to cross the street, I don't quite still feel comfortable to say, hey, like they're going to stop for me. So I think, who knows, maybe by the time this project is done, we'll have the world's best signal and there will be amazing ways for us to cross at Alma. But at this time, I'm not super confident on that. And then I also want to address the location. I admit that based on our conversation about San Antonio Road area plan, that's an important area, but I would suggest that we look into the alternatives previously mentioned about H as a way to resolve that. And then on the kind of north end, I'm supportive of B for the reasons previously mentioned.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton, then Commissioner James.
Thank you. Since we're talking about the grade separation as a reason we don't need to have D or F, let me throw out a conjecture here that might change your mind. If you've looked at those options that are being considered right now, there's an significant amount of time and space that is being dedicated to making sure that bike and pedestrian access is included in those crossings. And some of those are pretty controversial. So this might make those things easier if we had another way for bikes and peds to cross that didn't have to be tied in with the grade separation project. So I wouldn't eliminate it out of hand just because the grade separation project exists, because the grade separation project is difficult, challenging, problematic at times, exactly because we don't have this. So I'm going to throw that back in for you guys. Thanks.
Commissioner James.
Well, I realize you're asking for feedback and not votes, but there's been some voting. I liked, nothing is without trade-offs. I liked the Loma Verde when you came to visit us last time. I like it even more now. I think there's a lot of benefits there on so many and so many different sort of perspectives. There are some drawbacks that I didn't think of before this meeting that I also want to go back and consider, and I appreciate those comments too. But I don't live near there. I like the way it connects both sides, the streets, the bicycle pathways. I like the way it connects to Gun. I just think it, I highlighted, the routes, and it fills in a very nice gap, just on a very, sort of gut level eye check. So I think, and I think, I love the report and how it drills down on all these different sort of perspectives on looking at it. And I think it looks like the best choice for me.
Commissioner G.
I didn't mean for this to be a back and forth conversation with me and Commissioner Templeton, but I did want to, I did want to ask staff if, let's suppose that for the sake of this discussion about South Palo Alto crossings for bike ped, that we decide not to go with one of options D through F. But can we suggest that the rail committee look into that as an alternative option? Like how does that intersection look like? Yeah, so one of the comments that Commissioner Templeton had said is we should be wary about ruling out D through F just because there exists the grade separation project. However, is there a world in which we decide for the South Palo Alto connectivity project that we don't pursue this, but we suggest to the rail committee that they should look into this in conjunction with their grade separation project?
So the grade separation has been through a very extensive process. So I don't think that we'll be changing those alternatives. There is one alternative under Churchill where there is a separate pedestrian bicycle undercrossing as part of the Churchill grade separation project. But at this stage, council has already weighed in and selected their top two for Charleston and Meadow, and then the top one for Churchill with a backup as well. So I think that we're settled on, narrowing it down for the grade separation at the moment.
I will also add that this project was spun out of the grade separation project. So no.
Commissioner Templeton, did you have something else to add? Okay.
Actually, I had one more thing.
Commissioner G?
Which is Chair Aiken, if you had talking about kind of mitigation measures for the neighbors for option B, there also are quite interesting ones on packet page 105. That's it.
Right. Well, we may be winding down, at least in attentiveness, if not creativeness. All right. I think I'll make this the last call for comments on this item. And staff, do you have any further questions for us?
This is excellent feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. And like I said, I really do believe this is coming together. It's just no problem is simple. All right, then. I will declare this item closed. Thank you all. And that leads us to commissioner questions, comments, and announcements. Anyone have anything tonight? No? Then we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.